User joined your channel.
Woohoo, the party's here. It's a party. Still got a few minutes to get started. Hello and welcome to today's game. Our last adventure had kind of taken us into cultist camp as we delved into a dragon hatchery to rescue some dragon eggs. Through many traps set up by the kobolds, the adventurers managed to slip out of the camp and make it to back to their horses, ready to return victorious in their adventure. Let's see if they make it back unscathed. Alright. Here we are again, ready to do this. So, we had kind of discussed a little bit after the stream last time that in order for us to smoothly transition a level up, we went ahead and kind of skipped outside of the Raiders' camp, showing your deft abilities at persuasion. It wouldn't take much at all, especially given Fane's purple dragon attire that she had claimed from Frulam's chest in her office. That you were able to convince your way outside of the camp and just make it back to the horses. Now, it is important to note that you are transporting 3 very large dragon eggs, each of which have about a little over 3 feet in height. And so you make it out of the Raiders' camp and kind of set up your own little camp a couple of miles out, back where the horses were that you had left tied up before you even began this kind of little expedition into the camp and hatchery. And so now that you've got your camp set up, Sir Laurel has asked your leave and taken off as he needs to inform as many people as he can, especially those of his order, about the goings-on here and what the cult is trying to do in the large scale. We need to rally support at a large scale to counter such potential evil measures. So with that, he rode off hard through the night, leaving the rest of you here at the camp to deliberate how to transport these eggs across the days, a little more than a day's journey, back to Greenest.
So So is this evening?
It is, yes. If it was by the time you'd made it back to the horses, we had just hit dusk. You had just enough light to kind of set up camp before as dark kind of starts to befall you.
Okay, and we're well away from the camp and any track signs of other groups of cultists who'd gone off in the different directions.
Yeah, you're a little bit south. If you recall a little bit how those tracks came out and started north, but then some of them veered pretty heavy west. You guys are south of all of those tracks by a good margin. You're closer to the mountainside where you went and found those goats, right on like the edge of some woods at the bottom of those mountains. Just some. It's not very um, heavily wooded area. It's still very sparse, considering behind you is all nearly completely open savanna-like plains.
Okay. One thing I would like to say is that on the way out of the camp, I would have collected my quarterstaff and probably that large bag of berries.
Okay. Yeah, they were still left unmolested where you'd left the corpse of those others. Very strangely enough, no one seemed to care or notice those particular corpses in the over day that you were inside the cave. There were still two guards posted on the tower on your way out, though. But it is a long ways over from the guard tower to the where that incursion took place.
I guess one thing I'd like to do as well, now that things are sort of settled, I'd like to inspect the eggs a little bit more closely, see if there's any indication of what kind of dragon they come from. Like, Cyanrath had blue scales. I don't know if these have a particular color tint to them or anything like that.
Okay, go ahead and for your purposes, make it a nature check. Whoops, I cleared it. I think just a hair too late. I didn't get to see that roll.
That was a 11, but I can re-roll it if you want.
Was it only an 11?
I rolled a 9. I had a +2.
No, I actually thought you had more than that on your nature roll.
No.
Nope. Okay. Alright, as far as in-depth knowledge about what kind of dragon it is, you know that these are in fact not like dragonlings of some sort. They're not. These eggs are large enough. That much is apparent that these are actual dragon hatchling eggs, not, worms or wyverns or any other of the smaller types of dragons like the ambush drakes, things like that. These are definitely larger eggs than any of those would be reminiscent of what people actually think of when they think of dragon, the big dragons. As to what kind, they are different colored and spotted, but that could be variations within one um, within a single sub race of dragons. That you don't really know exactly what patterns relate to what colors of dragons or breed of dragon.
Okay. And the cave where they had been keeping them in, did they look like they had been trying to incubate them in any way? It was warm or cold in that cave? I can't remember.
It was exceedingly warm. It was nearly the polar opposite of the other side of the hatchery cave that had the meat locker going on. It was almost very warm and very humid, much more so than even the regular outside temperature.
Okay, so I guess the other thing I would do is try to keep them bundled up, make sure that they stay warm.
They're currently all being transported in your makeshift potato sacks, and then kind of wrapped in bedrolls.
Yes.
I believe is the way that the construction we'd left with.
Yeah. If we've set up a fire or anything, I try to put them sort of near it, not close enough to burn or anything, but
Not close enough to scramble or hard boil.
yeah.
Okay.
And while we're going about the evening, I'd like to try and make some kind of netting to attach to the horses to put the eggs in. That way, while we're riding, they're safe.
Describe that a little bit more. What are you anticipating here? Like, what are you trying to create?
I'm just cross hatching some rope around the eggs to attach them to the side of the horse.
So is the
Like a
idea
hammock?
to dangle it off to the side of the horse,
Like a satchel of
like
sorts.
a satchel? And I'm guessing you're counterbalancing one on each side. Remember, each of these are,
TX sized.
yeah, they're TX size and weigh 50, 60 pounds apiece.
Mm-hmm.
So we could hang TX off the other side to counterbalance the third egg.
Oh yeah.
No, we can't.
Whether that be by harness or noose, that's
That's 2 TXs.
indeed. While he is only that tall, he is not nearly that rotund.
What we may be able to do is, depending on the whatever other equipment the horse is carrying, if we had TX on one just to kind of keep the third egg steady, both sort of on the back of the horses, or the one horse. Also, I can turn myself into a draft horse now that we've had a rest, and I should be able to carry a significant amount of weight that way.
I say it is important distinction that you do have riding horses and not draft horses.
Yeah.
And while you imagine rigging up something like this would not be too difficult as far as that goes.
Well, I mean,
and you also think that the horses can hold the weight, but you do know that this is with a rider, especially if you're going to ride and do that, and that's going to be pretty stressful for this type of horse. So you're going to want to make sure to go at a slower pace. You're not going to be able to hard ride anyway, because just that's the danger that would involve with just the jostling. But also,
mm-hmm.
you're going to want to have to rest the horses occasionally, or even walk the horses a good bit of the journey, which will increase your time to return.
It may work out that way anyway if I'm traveling in horse form, because I'll have to return to my normal form after a certain number of hours.
We still have to rig something up, even if you turn into a horse anyway.
I do have some. I bought those leather straps along with these giant potato sacks.
Mm-hmm.
If that would help us lash those to the horses as well.
Oh yeah.
Which is sort of the original intent.
That might actually be, you figure that might actually be more comfortable for the horse, if nothing else. I mean, the saddle's made for particular types of harness, to attach saddlebags here or there, but, just to lash big old monstrous dragon eggs on either side. It's not a yoke, right? It's not really, like, the regular saddle isn't designed for that kind of thing. So, yeah, something like the leather straps would make it more comfortable for the horse for sure.
Right. So I feel like we could put something together with those.
And some rope. I mean, I do have 50 feet of rope.
Maybe to reinforce the potato sacks and stuff, keep them from jostling them around.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're going to want to wrap rope around the outside of the potato sack anyway, just to reinforce the sack itself.
Yeah.
These are 50-pound eggs.
Yeah, and I don't really want them jostling around, crushing my ribs that much while we're walking. So
How long can you
Are we
stay
walking
in?
through the night?
I'm just looking for that right now.
Yeah, now that it is night, are you going to take the opportunity for your long rest?
I think that'd be kind of fair. Yeah.
If we had a short rest in the cave before we left, I should still have my wild shape forms. I believe it was 2 hours. Okay, hold on. Let me look this up just to be sure.
Was it druid level over 2?
A number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down. So I'm now level 4. So I
Yeah,
should be able to maintain a total of 4 hours in wild shape per rest. Does that make sense?
I mean, didn't you also ride in on a horse?
I did, yes.
So we can just use that horse to move the eggs.
But we
And you
also
can-
have Karth now.
Ah, yes.
hmm
Baggage.
So I'm thinking I take 2 in draft horse form, and we give 1, like the third egg, to TX's horse because TX is smaller and lighter.
Yeah, I'd probably weigh the same amount of weight as just me.
Yeah.
That's not a bad plan.
Because not only do you have to consider how much weight that you are, but also most of you are carrying most of your maximum capacity in weight also.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not almost maximum, but I know a couple of you are riding that, towing that
Close.
line.
How much were the eggs?
50, 60 each.
Okay. Yeah, that's still fine by me then.
As much as I'm ready for a long rest, perhaps we could put an hour or two distance between us and that damn cave.
We're already fairly far away from the camp, from what I understand, and we've already set up our camp. Correct?
And this,
Well, that was my suggestion more than
Oh, okay.
more than anything. So
I prefer to set up camp here than
That's
out
up
in the
to you
middle of the
guys.
field.
yeah, that's the where the horses were tied up back now near the mountains. So any travel north of here would put you into the paths
The plains where we wouldn't have any cover at all.
but also across the paths where they had left. Now they've already left, so they might not be going past that, but that was the paths that they had used were all north of you.
They also might come back at some point if everybody in the towers was not paying attention to what was actually in the camp, but looking out of the camp. So I think we should be okay here.
I second that.
Better than in the middle of a field.
But I like to frolic in a field.
Not with an army of
Just
cultists,
because
you
the
won't.
flowers are just as big as you are.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of us can't hide in brush.
Okay, so if I still have my wild shapes from my last rest, I would take first watch and keep it as a dire wolf. For the added perception, smell, and things.
Yeah, I can take second watch.
I might need to meditate for a half hour at least.
I can take whatever. I can take double watch actually. I think because I don't think I need a rest after the short rest.
Still wanted to get you need to get some hit roll dice back, and
Yeah, you do regenerate hit dice on a long rest.
But I can only have a max of 3 of those, right?
Up to 4 now that you are level 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 1 hit die per. I mean, not that you're necessarily. I mean, you might have multiple rests on the way home. I mean, there's That is a tangible thing that even people that don't get some skills or abilities. I mean, you're at full hit points, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you don't really gain much benefit. So, yeah, it's definitely something you could do.
Mm-hmm.
How many watches do we need? Do we need 8 because we'll be staying for 8 hours, or how does this work?
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
can have up to 2 hours of light duty, such as just walking or sitting or staying watch, as long as you don't have to do anything particularly strenuous during a long rest. If you enter combat at all, it cancels the long rest.
I can't change watch order on the party sheet. Is that something you have to do, Drad?
Let me look. Perhaps. Alright, okay, zeros are no watches, and then of those, okay, yeah, I can change it. If you can't, then I guess I have to. Who was first?
I was gonna go first in direwolf form.
Okay.
I can go second.
Yep, and I can do third.
You can do your meditation during your rest, but that does give you disadvantage on perception while during the
Yeah.
time period in which you're meditating. So I don't know, how long do you need to meditate? How long is it?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Does
I
he have to
can-
meditate after he wakes up?
Yeah, I have to
It doesn't
actually
have to
spend
be.
time
It
sitting still.
doesn't have to be while the sleeping is not involved in his meditation requirement.
Nope.
To generate his key back.
I'll do last watch, sure. Or I can do first watch. Probably at least, or the safest amount of time would be the first watch. Input? Anybody?
Sorry, what?
I said I should probably take first watch because it's least likely time to have any danger. I think Roan should take second to last or last watch.
Oh, then I
Just
can't use
because.
my wild shape for watching.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the advantage of her being in first, is she can wild shape and then get her full sleep and get her spells and everything back.
Oh, okay. I'll take last watch then.
Okay.
Uninterrupted rest time.
So during our watch, when Rowan's doing her first watch, Bane is still a little keyed up from everything that's happened and stays up a little bit longer than everybody else. Is that still okay for me to get my rest?
Okay, so you're going to do. So we have. We do not have Karth currently set for a watch. So if he did, then you could extend your awake time to beyond your watch, without hindering anyone. I mean, Morn could get his, and then Karth could do his last, and then you have 5 people to split up 8 hours over. Meaning that each person has. Each person has less than 2 hours of awake time, meaning that if you went over a little bit to stay up and talk with someone, then you would still have your full rest time. If that makes sense. But yeah, right now. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm getting my little sleeping area together, and I say, wake me if you need me. Today has been one wicked hangover.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
What's the weather like? Is it chilly? What's the weather like right now?
Oh, I can
What season?
I could do a druid craft and see what the weather will be like in the next several hours, if you like.
Oh, I'm just wondering what season we're in.
We're in
Let's do
spring.
that. That sounds like fun.
We're in spring, early or late?
This is it was actually mid-spring. We
Okay.
haven't it hasn't transitioned. This is still intermittently in the rainy season.
Okay. Just making sure it wasn't going to be freezing out.
Yeah, I mean it potentially to get cold depending on what kind of fronts or weather patterns are going on, but not freezing or anything like that.
Okay.
I would do that. I would druid craft, and the first effect is to create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours.
At the current location.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. There is definite rain in the forecast. Likely starting in the next 4 or 5 hours.
I'm going to sleep a little bit away from the fire in the shadows and just cover up with my blanket.
I'd use whatever leaves or anything are around to kind of cover up the eggs to try and keep them dry then, before I start my watch.
So during Rowan's watch, I'll stay up and talk to her for a minute, and then near the end of mine, I guess I'll wake Karth and tell him I'm just too sleepy to keep up.
Okay.
So he'll have like a 30-minute watch or something.
Okay.
Will that work?
Yeah, that works fine. He might not be happy about it, but
Well,
Does Karth get enough sleep that way for his spells? Okay.
like similar to the general aspect of things, that you can take a watch. It just can't be can't be strenuous activity.
Okay.
Wait, actually, let me double check.
But if there's a fight, then it cancels it.
Because I think they did change the rules for 5th edition. So let me just double check.
If there's a fight, you'd be like, guys, there's a fight about to start. If you could handle this, that'd be great.
Roll back over.
Not. I refuse to roll initiative. I just not. I refuse to act. I'm sleeping.
For my turn, I'm gonna do dick all.
That sounds strenuous.
Yeah, actually, no, it doesn't specify that it has to be like continuous. It just says you regain all expended spell slots when you finish as a long rest, at least for the sorcerer. So. Okay, so we're going to begin that watch rotation then. We'll go ahead and see how the night fares. Alright, if we'll go ahead and get some perception rolls in turn across the board, we'll see how attentive you are on your watch. And for things like this, minimum will be your passive perception.
Whoops, that was performance.
Okay, mine was persuasion. I picked the wrong one too.
Proper
Ah.
performance and persuasion perceives poorly.
We're great actors and actresses, just not so great at watching things.
As I can tell. Some are much better than others. Man, wow. No, not really. No one's good. There's no one actually decent. So, looks like everyone's passive perception is your perception, except for Rowan's. I think yours your passive perception. Yeah, it's actually yours is actually higher too. You have a 15 passive.
Yes.
Yeah, wisdom characters.
Alertness.
Yes,
2.
and alertness too. That's right.
Could I try to persuade my surroundings on my watch to let me know if anything's going on?
No, I don't think that is in fact how it works.
I didn't do that good there either.
There's just gonna be random yelling at the night. If anyone's out there, could you announce yourselves, please? Thanks. By continuing to wade through the forest and mountains, you are pressing agree on my terms of service.
All right, we actually make it through the night uneventfully.
Aw.
The rain starts off as kind of like a Seattle or London-like rain. It's just that really more misty air than it is, big heavy rainfall or drops. Just enough to make a mess is all. But
The worst kind.
Press digitation to clean myself off.
Okay.
I'd start trying to tie up the eggs and stuff to the horses, or at least one of the horses.
I'm gonna look at my horse and then look back at the egg and then ask for some help to get it on top.
I would help with that. I'm also gonna have that bag full of berries and stuff. I'm gonna have some of the berries for breakfast, offer them around, and anything that doesn't get eaten, I'm gonna spread them into the woods.
I take some berries.
I'll eat some berries.
Absolutely.
Berries. I like berries. I'm gonna take my blanket, and I'm going to just prepare it for the 2 eggs going on Rowan to pad the rope and stuff. 'Cause I care. Remember that, Rowan?
Okay.
Using my sleep blanket as a horse blanket. Fucking boat grip.
Aw. I'm gonna make sure anything that people might need, the different bags, the leather harnesses and stuff, those are all away from me before I shift into draft horse.
Okay.
Alright, everybody, make sure when she's a horse, don't stand behind her. You might get kicked in the chest. Don't want to spook it.
So it took you just over a day to
I
make
guess
the
while
journey
everyone's
south.
also doing that stuff, I'm gonna try to hide our presence at the campsite.
Oh, okay.
Also,
I'm going to carve a stick or get a stick and carve TX was here.
of course you would.
In the dirt.
Well, that doesn't matter. I'm gonna get rid of it. I guess. What do you want me to roll for, like, hiding our presence at the campsite, Dread?
That'd be survival. Survival. Can anybody still hear me?
Disconnected. Connected. Channel switched.
And he's back.
There he's back.
Yeah, I think I accidentally broke the push to talk or something when I when I was setting up the sound plugin. For,
Oopsie doodle.
Okay.
anyway, that would
Um,
be a survival check.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, refixed. Refixed. Yeah, so, I mean, you're pretty adept at this, especially living out and venturing on your own as a bounty hunter most of the time. This is something that you're second nature to you. You know, you cover up a lot of the tracks. There's some stuff is much harder to completely eradicate than others. Particularly that there was a fire in a little area, like where the grass is, you know, kind of been burned away and is this large circle. But it would be something that someone would have to be looking for in this spot to see. And at the moment, the general tracks around seem to have covered them up fairly well.
All right. Well, I'm ready to get moving.
So one of the things I was saying is you did take just over a day to travel south to get to this point the first time, in like a day and a half. At your much slower pace, having to take frequent breaks, it's probably going to take a little more than that on the return. So as much as 2.5 days, maybe 3, depending on what kind of speed you really get, or if this rain continues, if it actually impedes your progress at all.
Well, let's get to it then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I agree.
And draft horse.
So there's a couple things that you know about on the return. I've seen several of the different large wagon trails that were headed west as they arced around from the cap towards the west. As you kind of get back to those areas, what kind of things are you doing for precautionary measures?
How far is that? Would I have reverted to human form at some point before we get there? So I can talk to people?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you're a couple, 2-3 hours. I think it's about 2 hours south of the last trail that you encountered to where you were on the mountain ridge. So yeah, you almost spot on about the length of your current wild shape before you would right about the time you'd reach the first one.
Okay, so I guess when I feel like my my wild shape starting to falter, I would kneel or lay down as a horse so that the eggs hopefully touch the ground and aren't going to fall anywhere. And then when I revert, I would say we should have somebody just scout ahead to make sure there's nothing coming back through these paths before we cross.
And I would probably tie my horse up to somebody else's horse and scout ahead of them because I know they're not walking fast anyway.
Alright, so we're ready to get to it then.
Yeah, so I guess if Fane's scouting ahead, then I'll just go back into draft horse for him.
All right. As you're riding, I'm just keeping watch, looking left and right.
Um,
Oh, what's our march order going to be, by the way?
I'm okay as long as I'm not going in front.
Well, yeah, you got 2 eggs on you. I don't want you going front anyway.
Yeah.
yeah, I got the other egg, so I'm not in front either.
Yeah, get in the middle. I'll take the rear if you and her want to be in the middle. And then I guess Fane can be kind of out frontish.
Yeah, 'cause she's scouting ahead.
Yeah, she's
Mhm.
gonna be well ahead.
And Karth could probably be in the front. Probably the safest. Better than the rear. That's up to him.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so on the party sheet on the marching formation,
Glorious.
a little bit there. I went ahead and pulled you guys over. That is a page that you can move around just like it was a regular map. So if there's any time you need to make any adjustments there or on the fly, that'll work out nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fane, you're out scouting in front. I'm going to need a perception roll for you.
I rolled one while ago for that because I know the inside.
Oh, no, I see it. Okay.
It wasn't very great.
I won't be doing any perception. I'll be focusing on trying to keep this heavier egg balanced on my horse, along with all my like crap in my backpack too.
Okay.
I've left my backpack in my lap and my arms outstretched with the egg in front.
All right. So we do make it a couple of hours down the road, and about this point, Rowan, you know that your wild shape only has a few minutes left, and you can take the opportunity to. You also, Fane, how far ahead are you scouting ahead? Are you going to be, several hundred feet up ahead, or just, like 10 or 20 feet?
Probably 700 where they probably can't see me because of the tall grass.
Okay.
Where my party can't necessarily see me.
Okay. Are you doing so? Are you still on horseback?
No, I tied my horse to somebody else's horse.
Okay.
I'm walking by foot.
Yeah, because the horses are definitely not moving at a quick pace, so yeah,
Right.
hustling up ahead and looking around, keep staying ahead. Okay, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, same thing when my wild shape starts to slip. I'm gonna paw the ground and then lay down.
Okay, and then are you gonna just try to rest the eggs on the ground and then slide yourself out from under it and then release it, or how do you? Are you just trying to get
I'll
them
ride
on
up and dismount. Take them off.
They're hanging on either side of me, so I kind of think like as long as I lay down, the egg should be touching ground then, right? So if I wild shape out of that, then the straps will be too loose. So I could just slip out of it after I drop the wild shape. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
And I'll let them know that I can keep going, but I'll need to rest for about an hour first.
Okie dokie. I can stand watch. I don't need to take a break or anything.
Just as a part of the, you know, deft skill that's going to be necessary to stop it from like the eggs falling over or anything crazy like that, go ahead and roll an horse acrobatics.
Horse acrobatics?
Horse acrobatics.
Equestrian roll.
Okay.
I imagine that's just a dexterity roll from them.
Yeah, I think so. A
I
check?
doubt horse acrobatics is actually a thing. I'm just saying.
For a horse, that seems pretty acrobatic.
We gotta keep
Yeah,
that
it
show on
wasn't.
the road.
It wasn't.
I'm not like a show pony or anything.
At this juncture, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like this is a difficult operation. It just takes a little bit of shimmying and a little bit of skill to set them down with so that they don't fall over. You know, they hit at the right. You know, because you're kind of thinking about two big, huge dragon eggs balanced on either side of your back, and as you rest them down, making sure that they rest in a good vertical alignment so that they don't fall over when you do shift or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a difficult thing to do. It's just something that you have to make sure that you do. So yeah, you managed to slip out from under them as you let the actual ground hold the weight itself and revert back to human form.
Man, guys, those are heavy. Even as a
So-
horse.
You're a draft horse. 100 pounds should be like nothing.
I just ride up maybe 30 more feet and just kind of look around.
When she's taking a rest, I'm just gonna hop off my horse and let him take a break and watch out behind us and the sides.
You've tried to keep a pretty decent survey of your surroundings, and there's bits where the grass is not so tall and you can just see glimpses of Fane off in the short distance ahead of you. And as you look about, you can definitely see where some of that grass is starting to thin as you're moving forward, especially as we're coming up on one of those big wagon train trails off in the distance. And as of now, you've seen no sign of anything moving or bustling about. There's not been any birds or any regular wildlife in the last couple hours of your trip here.
I kind of just sort of throw my hand up as in to hope that Thane would see that, just to say, hey, we're stopping.
Okay. Yeah. At this point, that's rather noticeable, or visible at least. So it's a matter of whether, she's kind of scoping around. She does kind of have to keep looking back at you guys to make sure there's nothing going on back behind her, and she's able to notice that.
So
And I go
I'll
back
stop,
to
but I'm not gonna double back. I'll just stop where I'm at.
Okay.
I go back to the group and tell them I saw grass.
Thanks for that. If there's been no wildlife or anything, does that, like in the last campaign when there was no wildlife, there was owl bears, but I know there wasn't any owl bears this far south. Is it setting off any alarm bells for me?
It could just be mostly due to, we're still only realistically a couple of hours from the camp, where a lot of, mostly due to a lot of the trafficking in this area may have scared off a lot of that, so it's not maybe being as close to the wagon road. that's kind of your best guess. Maybe overhunting in the current area to feed the camp over the last, couple of months or however long they've been operating.
Oh, that makes me angry.
Yeah, there's no alarm bells yet, although it's usually never a good sign when the wildlife is gone. It's either a human intervention problem or it is a big scary thing problem.
Okay. Something I would like to do then before we start our short rest, I guess, I would like to cast Pass Without a Trace on everybody nearby. Was Fane coming back?
She's
No,
not.
I was staying out there.
Okay, so it's just everybody in the immediate vicinity then.
Right. Yeah, and that is a
Concentration
area,
up to 1
yeah,
hour.
Yeah, concentration, but it's also an area-based thing. So if she was to scout ahead, she would go out of its area of effect anyway.
Yes. Within 30 feet of me.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody gets a +10 bonus to stealth checks and can't be tracked except for by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of its passage.
Mm-hmm. And then you can concentrate up to an hour on that?
Yes.
Okay. Fane, from up ahead, you definitely have now hit the first wagon trail yourself, being just that couple 100 feet up ahead is all it took to get to the next one. And it is quite downtrodden in this entire area of all the grass being trampled. More dirt path than anything, and you can see that this is something that there's been back and forth travel on, so it's definitely more than just the escape path from the camp itself. So it wasn't like just the one big wagon train leaving. This is something that's been coming and going, at least for some length of time.
All right, I would go back and I would let them know that it looks like there's traffic going both ways on the next trail.
Can I apply that Pass Without a Trace on her when she comes back?
I think it's all if you leave and come back, do you have to be targeted by it? That's the thing that I wasn't sure of.
It says, for the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus to dexterity checks.
Yeah,
Stealth
no,
checks.
I think that's totally, yes. While she's inside, you can add it to her. Then when she
Okay.
leaves, yeah, no, I think that's totally fine. Yep. So whenever she gets out of the range of it is only when she'll be out of the effect. But when someone enters the range, you determine whether or not they're targeted. Well, if they're affected by it, that's up to you.
Okay.
How wide was that road that there was going back and forth traffic?
It was only one wagon's width, as opposed
Okay.
to being a large enough for two. But it was definitely, you can see the ruts where wagons had kind of gone back and forth across it, leaving tracks. It wasn't like someone was trying to be stealthy or anything. But it isn't
Okay,
like
I
a
just
big
didn't know if it was
shipping
like a
lane.
super highway, like we'd have to be really careful or not. But no, we
Yeah.
should be able to get across fine.
Yeah. Alright, so an hour passes by. And you were casting that once the hour passed and right before you went back into wild shape, right? Or were we
Actually, yeah, that's
resting?
it. I had intended to mean it so that we would sort of be hidden while we were resting, since we were near the road. But that's actually a good idea. I cast it again before we head out.
Okay.
So that's two spell slots.
Okay. All right. So as you return back to your draft horse form, and you begin to shimmy back underneath those leather straps. I'm making the assumption Morn was helping you take them off. Is he helping you put them back on?
Yeah,
Yes, I am.
I kind of get under most of the straps and stuff while I'm still in human form, and then shift so it's a little bit easier for him.
Okay. And then that way you do it from, like, you kind of get into like a crouching position so that you transform into like this almost horse laying down position so that you can
Yeah.
stand up into it. Okay. Just
Yeah,
wondering how it
exactly.
works. All right. Now that you know about this spell effect that Rowan was going to be putting out, are you wanting to continue to scout that far ahead on the next little bit of the journey, Fane, or are you wanting to stay closer within that 30 feet?
I probably would still scout further ahead. I like to live on the dangerous side of things, you know.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another perception. Oh, you did. Already ahead of it. All right. So as you seamlessly undertake your operation of getting the eggs back loaded up, and begin moving forward, Fane leaves out to get some distance in front of you through the grass. As you pass by, in just a short time, you'll pass by that first big wagon train trail and kind of see for yourself it wasn't that far up ahead that there has been traffic traversing back and forth here, wagon traffic at that. And other than the existence of the wagon train trail at this time, you still have not encountered or seen anything.
Are there any other like major hubs to the west that those tracks could be going towards?
There's the Coastway. Basically, it's a large trade route that heads out of the mountains to the south. That goes up the west coast mostly through Baldur's Gate up towards Waterdeep. Is the main traffic from the south that goes up through near Candlekeep to Baldur's Gate and then on thereafter towards Waterdeep.
I guess I'm wondering if they were doing like raids, there would be other little towns and stuff between here and there. Like they wouldn't be heading to Baraghost, would they?
It's hard to tell where their end destinations may be or what they might be going through
Yeah,
at this point.
this is just sort of me wondering, I guess, in my head. I can't even talk to anybody right now, so but we don't know of any other little towns that they might be raiding between here and there.
I mean, there's scattering of tiny villages and things, whether it's a cluster of a couple of like small communities all throughout all these plains. Mostly single farmhouses with land spread out at a decent distance from one another.
I wouldn't have much knowledge on this land because this is pretty much further south I've really been. So
Yeah.
Yeah, all that you know is what the governor had told you during your talks before setting out south. about
And we
the
did
area, the
see-
surrounding rated area, but you haven't come across anybody's houses or land on your particular path north and south to Greenest.
We did see Leosin's map too.
Yes.
So are we about half a day there now?
This first little trek, I mean, you're technically only gone two 2 traveling hours from your camp, and so you are just now starting off on that second leg of that particular adventure.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 out of your many hours potentially. We will, assuming that things stay clear, we will likely automate some of that transition.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, if we'd only been traveling for 2 hours, unless we're talking about 2 hours of regular distance, like if we weren't going slow, I can stay in B shape for 2 hours.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, even
So
at
I-
a slow walk, the horses go 4 miles an hour roughly. So
Yeah. So I only have to rest every second wild shape.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
But I think that's basically what we're going to be doing as we go anyway, so.
Yeah, at this point, you do see that as you're moving forward, the rain has picked up over time as you're going along. So now it sounds more like an actual steady downpour versus, that misty, heavy, humidity-laden air. Like before, the rain felt more like just condensation on your skin. This is now an actual rain. So, as you continue this operation traveling north, you make it through another. Let's go ahead and say we had the 2 wild shapes because that was what you'd said. I just didn't. So you actually were now your fourth hour of journey. So yeah, you are half a day. Let's go ahead and go that other half a day. No incidences happen, and you've still seen nothing. Not even now being a full 8 hours of travel, slow travel, but 8 hours north of the camp. Still haven't had any regular larger wildlife for sure. A couple of birds here or there now starting to be prevalent. But this would now be the end of your traveling day. 8 hours of travel.
Can we see what kind of birds? Are they like scavengers? Or like, I don't know.
take that nature roll.
Yeah.
Should
I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, at this distance, it's, if you can pick out the features, it might be a little harder nature roll than just, easy spot.
Harder DC, or do I take a
No,
disadvantage or
no,
something?
yeah, it'll be just on my side. Yeah, actually, the first ones that you started to spot here, there were scavengers, which is typical of stuff that's more scarce in general. But even in the last couple of hours, in the last 2 hours or so of your 8 hours of journey, you started to see a few other birds as well, things like sparrows and thrush.
Right, okay.
What's our I was going to ask what are our surroundings like right here?
It's very similar to what you've come across. There's not even rolling plains. I mean, these are dangerously flat. that enough. If this were a wetter area, it would be boggy type marshland. It's just not quite that wet, so it's instead plains.
Okay. Well, I guess this is a better place than ever to set up camp.
Yeah, there's not even so there's not even like really deep, since there's not even rolling bits to the plains. There's not like little valleys or anything like that that is currently in your surrounding. I mean, it is flat. The grass is still pretty tall for the most part. It comes up to the side of the bellies of the horses.
I guess I'd help Roan get the eggs off of her and help TX get the eggs off of his horse. I preferably with my horse would get her to lay down in the grass while she rests. That way, less visible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. It is your guys' intention to push to actually set up camp now at your regular end of your regular 8 hours, or is this something that you would be pushing forward?
At the end of 8 hours, I'll have to rest anyway. Whether it's a short rest or a long rest is up to you guys.
Yeah. What time of day is this again? I'm sorry.
This would be still late afternoon. It wouldn't be quite dusk or evening yet.
Like supper
okay.
time.
Okay.
Yeah. There's still a couple hours of daylight left. It's just a matter of if you travel more than 8 hours in a day, you have to. You're essentially pushing yourself hard and have a chance to gain fatigue.
Okay.
If you went without the rests or breaks that you naturally have to do because of the wild shaping anyway, with the horses under strain, you would have give them the opportunity for fatigue, even on regular trips. So.
Okay, so taking a short rest would be fine.
I prefer not to stress the other horses.
Traveling more than 8 hours, though, in a day would still, so even if you took a short rest, you still pushing on into the night or whatever, even after a short rest, still could cause fatigue. As or anybody traveling.
I will not let you press the horses that far unless we are in immediate danger.
All right. Well, I guess we can set up camp because apparently we're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess we're going to handle things as far as watch order and that kind of stuff the same as we did the previous night.
Goodness.
Yeah, pretty well. If I can. This might sound weird, but can we take like a short rest before the long rest, and then I'll get my wild shapes back?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you won't have to go to sleep or begin any of that kind of real watch order until for a couple of hours yet.
Yeah, because we're still settling in and having supper and whatever, right?
Lunch.
Lunch.
It is only mid-afternoon.
Like
2 o'clock.
no, like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Oh.
So first supper, not second supper morning.
What about noonsies?
Afternoon tea. Yeah, this is this is after afternoon tea.
This is first dinner.
So I'm going to say I had a few berries left over from earlier, and I'm going to feed them to my horse.
Okay.
Is that good for them?
Berries? They eat shit in the wild, I would say probably.
Yeah? What else do you think they eat?
Grass?
And
There's
berries,
lots and lots of grass here.
leaves, twigs.
Probably bored to
Herbivores.
grass.
People
That'd
feed
probably be boring.
apples to horses all the time.
Sugar.
Yeah, apples. Some kinds of berries aren't good for some kinds of animals, so
A natural horse probably don't give no
Well,
craps.
if our horse is dead in the morning, you can tell me you told me so.
all right.
I have to roll for that now. Oh,
And is
Jesus.
dead.
Oh no.
He just 20'd that thing.
It's fine.
berries.
It's fine. He'll be fine.
Guy's like, I killed somebody, yeah. Something.
Alright, so we're gonna kind of continue on business as normal. If you guys have any things you need to discuss, plans, how you're gonna handle anything, please take the time to do so.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm just tucking up the eggs again, making sure that they're snug. And probably wiping down the horses from the rain and stuff. I guess if I could put a blanket over some of them or something.
Yeah, a wet blanket doesn't help.
Yeah, I don't know, something. There's no shelter here, it kind of
Horse
sucks.
is a wild animal. It'll be fine.
These are not wild horses.
The
No.
horse, that's an animal. It'll be fine. Us, on the other hand, without fur
I have some furs.
and a massive pumping heart, and, horses can stand cold weather. I guess, we can set up everything for the fire and stuff, not light one. And I guess I'd look around for something burnable. Twigs like,
Not much in
Not
the way
any
of
of the-
trees, but there's quite a bit of
Yeah.
brush. Brush will burn, but it's
Yeah.
been raining hard
Do
now
we have
for...
to have a fire?
when it
Have
gets
to.
dark, you can, if you don't want to.
I'm just thinking a wide open plain like that light's gonna travel forever.
Actually, the brush will block most of it, actually. As long as we don't use the brush for anything to make fire, it won't make up a smoke signal or nothing.
Or are you worried about just seeing around you?
Huh?
Are you worried just about seeing around you? Not everything around us, I assume.
What? You're confusing me with your question. I'm sorry.
Like, what's the purpose for setting the fire?
When it gets cold, when it gets wet and cold out at night, to keep the eggs warm.
Okay.
Your original concern the first night.
Keeping the eggs warm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we don't
Um,
have to. You can
It's-
curl up with it.
It would take a
I would
quite...
happily curl up with it. That'd be fun.
In order to find any kind of
Almost
dry
as big as me.
material that would actually burn, would take a good, quite a bit of skill and patience.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do my druidcraft and check the weather for the next 24 hours here again?
Mhm.
See if it's going to clear up the rain?
I could prestidigitate a fire.
I was just saying that. I was gonna ask Karth if he wanted to dry off some of the brush with prestidigitation. Whatever you say. Prestidigitation. Technically, he could do that. And dry.
Well, technically you can indeed light a small campfire, but you can't light things that won't light.
Hmm.
Prestidigitate it dry. And then light it.
Can't
I
do
don't
that.
think I can do that.
No?
You can clean or soil an object, but cleaning it doesn't make it dry. Your druidcraft results 14 more hours of rain, and then clear skies thereafter.
Well, I guess I'm gonna just give up on the fire. Too much rain.
Yeah, we
Too
don't
much
have,
rain.
even if we had something to burn, we don't really have anything to protect it at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Well, I'm just
going to
gonna.
mention I have a hooded lantern and oil if you want a light to see with. It's just not going to give off much heat.
Nah, that's not. That's just a waste.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just gonna lean up against my lying down horse and play my flute.
Well, there
Um,
goes stealth.
I'm in the middle of a field.
I guess when I take my watch, I'm gonna go into dire wolf shape again, but I'd like to sort of curl up near the eggs and try to keep them warm.
I'm trying to entertain TX with my flute playing ability.
Dude, I would get in on that. Mm-hmm.
See?
Well, how good are you at the flute there, Morn?
Proficient.
Proficient? Roll a performance. See how good you really are at the flute.
That good. Mediocre.
Oh gosh. I'll be on the outskirts of the camp where I can see
Right.
people, but hopefully far
No,
enough
that's
away I don't have to hear all
mediocre.
this.
That's not a critical fail. All right. That's not nailed on chalkboard. All right. That's not Mozart, but not nailed on chalkboard.
I'm just reminded of Homer singing, going on with Lisa's flattened saxophone.
This is like
It would do to keep a bunch of drunk people entertained in a tavern.
Nickelback is now. They can play well, but no one cares. Yeah, that good.
I don't know
Not
if
good
you
enough.
comparing yourself to Nickelback is really a good idea.
Bet. It's a flute. I can't play hard rock flute well. That'd be badass. But hard rock flute, go.
Okay, as dire wolf, just before I start my watch, I'm gonna take a sniff around the area, see if I can detect any large predators or anything
Okay.
like that. Should I do perception or investigation or?
I would go ahead and do your perception with your direwolf advantage. Yeah, you get the smell of several now smaller animals in the area, rabbits and things of that nature, but nothing seems like a predator, not on the large scale anyway.
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and manage to make it through another night. And we carry on like this, the same kind of cautious advance, slow, monotonous, for another 2 days, taking rests as needed. The middle of the next day, after this last night, the rain lets up, and for the rest of the journey on to Greenest, it manages to stay rather calm and clear. Still a little bit cloudy, but as you keep traveling, keep your eye out on your droid craft, nothing, even by the time you reach Greenest, nothing as far as rain or anything of the like. It seems to be in the immediate forecast. And so after 3 days of travel, for the first day and a half being nearly entirely consuming in rain, you make it just to the outskirts of the Greenest village. As you approach, you can see that there are still a couple of people scouting about in crude makeshift armor and makeshift weapons. Seem to be now some kind of formalized watch or guard. There is quite a bit of construction taking place, and then, as you can see, there's still the large bazaar set up with quite a bit of traffic flow now near the center of the city.
Still a horse, I neigh at them.
So now that you've reached the edge of the city, where are you going first?
I'm going straight to.
Yeah,
Oh, what the
Hoard,
hell's
right?
his name?
Governor Nighthill? I'd be heading for the keep anyway. I don't know if anybody's going to try and steer me elsewhere.
Well,
Yeah,
I'd never
Governor
been.
Nighthawk.
I've never really been here before. I was off scouting before, so.
Yeah, definitely go right to Governor Nighthill.
Yeah, I'm just walking towards the keep unless anybody tries to stop me.
Is that where Governor is?
I think so.
Okay.
I might announce my presence as like make way, hero coming through, and some other people.
Can a horse roll its eyes?
Yes, yes, I can.
I look around for the hero.
I'll probably do
So
like what we did last time, try and blend in with everybody around and just kind of follow the party towards the keep.
at first, no one really pays you much mind as you enter in, and then as not only are people starting to see what it is you're actually, you got these giant sacks, and they can't really see what they are. But as TX is proclaiming of heroes coming through, people are aware of who you are and what you're, not the details of your job, but that you, as a group, when you left, you were out to head towards the cultists to try to take care of that some, and so some people seem to gather around as you make your way towards the center of the city. Some are cheering, some are just staring kind of dumbfoundedly, looking around, either to see, is this actually some kind of heroic procession, or is this, what is this guy just some crazy person, or still not entirely certain.
I'm going to flex at the males and blow kisses to the females.
My arm is as big as your thumb. I'm not nowhere near them. I was never seen in town with them. Therefore, I'm sitting back, watching with awe and amazement of stupidity.
Yeah.
As we're walking along, is there any way I can pickpocket the people watching TX?
Roll that shit.
Yeah, that would be stealth and sleight of hand.
I'm going to smile gently as I witness the thieving taking place. And announce even bolder that I'm awesome.
You're gonna get shot in the face by an arrow out of nowhere.
So as you're walking through the townsfolk, managing to stay pretty well blended with the crowd, hiding along the shadows, hiding behind people as you're making your way along one side. You see someone whose attention is ripely planted upon TX, who seems to be overjoyed at such a little person, who is obviously some kind of hero with the level of performance that is just exuberating out from him here. You bump into that person trying to get in their pockets, and kind of rustle them a little bit. You manage to, get a small inspection of what they've got, as far as what you can hear jingling just from the way you bump into them. They've got a couple of coins. Are you going to try to take those couple of coins?
Absolutely. Especially if they're focused on Tiak.
As you reach into the belt pouch to try to stealthily sneak out a couple of the coins, the person who is looking forward, some grizzled old man, just gets a little bit of glimpse of a hand reaching near his belt as he turns and he latches onto your arm. What do we have here, little thief?
I would try to persuade him that I wasn't a thief. I was just checking out his cool belt.
Okay.
This is a nice belt you
Oh.
have here, sir.
Don't be thinking I don't know what you're up to. Just move on along. I don't see the likes of you again.
Busted.
So I blend into the crowd again.
Well, at least you didn't make a scene, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because we don't have any precious cargo or anything, so it's all good.
No.
Yeah.
No one has any idea I'm with you guys, so, haha.
Put yourself in danger and save yourself with your rolls. It's interesting how that worked out in immediate. As you continue to make your way towards the keep, at this time, enough commotion has been brought about in the crowd that you can see the keep portcullis open up as a procession is now coming out. At its head, you can see Governor Nighthill, his arms out, coming out across into the middle of the city, headed your way.
Governor Nighthill, with his arms wide.
When the walls fell.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was before.
At Tanagra.
Is he still a ways off? Or is he close?
No, it took a little while before enough commotion that it's actually pretty close. He's probably only 100 or so feet headed this way.
I'm just gonna give my horse a little bit of a soft kick in the rear just to go on ahead a little bit faster.
So yeah, he's gonna scramble up to you, kind of try to make some extra haste across the way. So, what do you know? What'd you find? Were you successful? What'd you get? Who is that? And never mind. How were you successful? See that he kind
I'll
of.
answer the most important question first. Yes, I'm doing great.
Okay. So, that's good.
I bumped my nose into his shoulder and blew air.
It's like you can see that he's like, he's putting his arm up, 'cause he's a short halfling himself, and so your, nose is, even when your head hung somewhat, it's like right there, right there at the side of his face. And, so he's like, wow, this silly horse! I'm just.
This is Rowan. This is Rowan. Calm down. Calm. She's just saying hello. This is a very, very nice druid.
So, what did you find?
I'm going to say, well, we found these dragon eggs. And if you wouldn't mind, I've been balancing this thing on a horse's back for what seems like an eternity. So if you could help me get it down, that would be just great.
With the crazy exchange and the popularity and fame that Nighthill has, seeing a procession come out now, the crowd huge started to swell in around you guys. At the mention of dragon eggs, the whole crowd goes, and then it's like no one is making, like there's no breaths being like this huge gasping, and then nothing, and everyone's just holding their breath, listening intently.
Now that all attention's on me, I'm going to say that I expertly procured with the help of my companions. And I'm going to try and find some of my companions who are now away from me, wherever Fane and Morn are.
Karth is still with us, though, right?
I'm still with the eggs.
Yep.
Yeah. I'd be like, me, the horse, Karth, and mostly me though.
And I'll shout from the crowd because you obviously can't see me at the moment. That maybe this is a better talk we have inside, not outside.
You see, at this kind of exchange, everyone is just kind of in awe, and there's this, almost dumbstruck, that these giant things that you're carrying behind them are dragon eggs. And then you see several people, and like whispering, "Are they going to hatch? Are they going to attack like the other dragon? Are we all going to die?"
And okay, so I'm gonna turn to the crowd and say, "Calm down," and I'm going to point at the littlest child that I can see and say, "These dragons are so vulnerable that even this little girl could kill it with no effort at all in their current state." Everyone, calm their shit.
So everyone kind of turns. A little girl goes, "But we could kill it. We could stop the dragon. We should kill the dragon. Kill the dragons." And then you start hearing a cheer start coming up around as a chant starts, "Kill the dragons! Kill the dragons!"
These eggs are on my back. I'm getting a little nervous and looking around and kind of pawing the ground a little bit.
You want to attract the attention of dead dragons to Greenest? You saw what happened last time. We're gonna handle it.
Persuasion. Some people are like, there's still quite a few people that are making the chant, but some people are murmuring, "But these people, they went and got them, and it's safe, and they can handle it." There's a few people that are definitely starting to, murmur amongst the crowd, different things, and it's really hard to keep track because there's all these different things going on all around, and a lot of different emotions swelling as the crowd's going along. Some crazy old man, and just on the edge, comes in, I don't know about you. This is dangerous. Governor, what are you gonna do about it?
I'm still gonna try and usher us to get inside, away from the crowd, like pushing on the horses.
Yeah, I want to try and get into the keep.
The governor is almost like kind of in shock at like the immediate reaction of all of all these things that have transpired all around, and he's like, "Hey, now, We just got them. Give us time to deliberate. We'll do what's safest for all of us. Yeah, just like it was safe when the dragon attacked before, huh? Yeah, don't... Just... We'll let everybody know. We'll have a big meeting, big town hall, but right now we need to get these into safety and make sure that we're not in any immediate danger. So some of the people are like, yeah, let's do that. And there's still quite a few very radical people around that are definitely, like don't trust the government kind of people.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Always in the South.
look what governor did to do things like these little guards of his walking around in their tinfoil hats and they're using a cooking pot for a helmet. Like that's even gonna help anything. Makes you sheep folk look mighty ignorant, doesn't it? That big dragon's gonna come back, and it doesn't matter what little things that he talks about day in, day out, blah, blah, blah. You're all gonna die if that thing wants it to happen. Mark my words here. This
I've
is
had
gonna
enough
happen.
of this guy. I'm gonna bump the governor again with my nose, and then if necessary, I'm gonna walk around him towards the keep and get out of the crowd.
Yeah, so a lot of the people in front are just kind of like, not knowing what to think. So, even though they've started to swell around almost all the way around in general, as you push forward, they kind of make way, especially that this horse seems to be acting on its own accord, and, they don't, that's kind of a weird thing that no one's leading it with something like this precious cargo, and they're a little confused as to that. But yeah, they give way a little bit. It's like, yeah. They start ushering some of their own folk back to make way as you start progressing forward.
All right, let's go in then.
Is
I'm
everyone going to
going.
try to come in?
No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go. I'm gonna search around the building for an alternate entrance because I don't want to be seen walking with these people.
What do you mean, these people?
I was thinking that. I didn't want to say
You're
it.
with TX. You're his people now.
I'm not a people, I'm a horse.
I don't know how you're getting through the door.
It's a gate.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's a portcullis. Like it's a large keep. It's a keep, a big stone keep.
Oh, I guess I have to go through that. Damn it.
I mean, you don't have
Yeah,
to.
I'll go in.
but
I'll go in.
There are other ways into the keep potentially.
Yeah, but I don't want to get attacked by the guards for being the guy that comes over the wall. I'll slink in nice and slow behind them.
So
I'm-
as you kind of push around past the governor, he's just kind of look around and is like, "Don't worry, everyone, we'll meet. We're all going inside to talk now." And so he just turns and starts. As he does, some of the soldiers that had come out of the keep. These are the more trained ones that are actual soldiers instead of these definite makeshift militiamen that are guarding around the keep, around the outside of the city and such. They kind of make some, a small ring as they come through, and as they come through and see that Karth is, staying close, and now Morn is approaching. He's gonna kind of look at you and go, one of yours? Yours? And he's kind of pointing off at the two people that he hasn't seen before.
I'm gonna lean over and whisper that I'm with them, and tell them to keep it quiet,
There you go, TX. You've embarrassed Morn.
and with a slight hint of "I'll kill you if you open your mouth."
Um,
Just slight.
So anyone could say they're with you. Is he with you? Is he with you?
Just
Do
nod.
I see this? I've kind of shouldered my way in.
Yeah, you're more in front now, pushing your way
Yeah.
through the crowd.
Okay.
You can hear the
To me?
governor talking though. Yeah, he's
Sorry, was
definitely
that question?
he's
Was that is he with you
definitely
directed at me?
directing it at you. Yes, at DX.
Oh, yeah, he's with me.
And this one too.
Who is he gesturing at now?
Pointing over towards Karth.
Oh, yeah, Karth. Yep.
There were 4 dragon eggs. I came out of the 4th.
Like for just a moment, he's like
I laugh with him.
and there was Sir Laurel, right?
Okay.
Huh.
Sir Laurel left the first night we made camp, remember?
Yep. Yeah, he's off on his own. He said he had his own thing to do and kind of left before I had a chance to ask him about it. He's paladins with their righteous, I would say BS. You know how they are.
But he's okay, right?
As far as we know, unless you've heard differently.
Okay. It'd be a real loss if we lost someone like that.
And it would be a loss if we lost me. So I understand what you're getting at. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot like that. It's different, as in important and not important. But, it's like that.
I'm gonna tap my nose and say I understand, and on I go.
Yeah, so you lead your way back through into the opening courtyard on the other side of the main gate as it closes behind you. So the governor's gonna kind of, so these, on the Druid and can what are we doing with these? They can't go.
I start laying down. Now that we're in the keep.
Is this okay? Is this okay?
I think that's okay.
Oh crap.
Ruh-roh.
Just as you kind of go to lay down, you hear a small from the eggs impacting the ground, and they start to tilt and lean as they're rolling off. As the strap rolls off your back, they start tilting and leaning over, back toward, towards directly behind you. The tops are timbering over towards the back.
I try and run and catch the one on her left side from rolling away.
Okay, go ahead and do acrobatics. Let's do that.
Oh no.
So you kind of run over there and you slide. You kind of try to brace yourself just so that you can catch it because you know it's heavy and as it's rolling over, you kind of slide and instead of sliding just definitely right in front of it with yourself being braced, you slide a little further than you intend to, and you do lose a lot of your momentum, but some of the impact hits the side of the egg, and it starts pushing it off over the other direction a little. At this, the governor is mortified. The eggs and break. It's not good. The egg rolls over and lands pretty heavily onto its side. You hear a small cracking sound
Oh no.
as the egg splinters up one side.
I want to investigate and see how badly it's damaged.
As you go over real quick to that egg, try to keep an eye on it. You see that there's a small bit of fluid leaking out of the crack all over as it comes up to the side. As you look down along the edge, the crack kind of it kind of comes up from underneath and splinters out into like a fork, going up the entire side of the egg as it's laying on its side. As you get closer and underneath, you can see that there is actually a crush point underneath where the actual egg kind of has a little flattened, ruptured spot on its side. In that area, fluid is starting to leak now onto the ground and spread ever so slowly.
Is the other egg okay? Is it stable?
The other egg rather, did land rather rough, but only the one tipped over.
Okay, if the other one is stable, I'm gonna drop my wild shape and rush over to the other egg and try cast mending on it.
Okay. Let me double check something. Okay, yeah, so you can, with 1 minute of cast time, can break something no larger than 1 foot in any dimension per casting of it. So, while it does, it's kind of laying on its side, most of it is in the area underneath where the crush point is, and then it cracked up the side and then splintered off. I would say that there is probably a foot of broken spot on the bottom in area, in, I guess, radius. No, wouldn't be radius, that'd actually be diameter. And then probably 2 feet of crack total up the sides. Where would you like to concentrate the spell on first?
The bottom part if it's leaking.
Okay. As it's laying on that particular spot, it's laying at a weird angle because of the little bit of crush, so it's a little lower than it normally would be. Or are we going to we're going to move it or anything before as you try to do that? Going to tell anyone, or are you going to try to just form it solid the way it is?
I would ask somebody if it's gonna help to lift it, so I can put my hands underneath and kind of hold it sort of in the position it was supposed to be, and then cast mending that way. Can somebody help me do that? Does that?
Sure.
You guys know what I mean?
Sure.
Lauren will hold one side, I can hold the other side to make it easier for you to get underneath.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hold the egg. Roan cast, and Bane, use your little hands to keep the shape.
Yeah, so the intention being just lift it high enough I can slip my hand underneath and kind of hold the pieces together while I mend it. Does that?
You can
I
surely
guess.
try.
Okay.
All right, Dick. All right, Warren, you're going to need to roll just a straight dexterity here.
Just straight decks.
Straight dex roll. Let's see how as you lift it. Okay, so you go to pick it up. You have to be ever so gentle. Too much movement in one quick way, the structural integrity of that particular spot could give way. As you start to lift up just a little bit, Rowan, you definitely see how some of that kind of gives a little back in the other direction and crinkling, as like an egg actually would if you like to smash it on the counter before you crack it over into a frying pan. Very similar effect to what's happened here. That spot is super weak, and unlike an egg that you would eat, this has a nearly entirely formed dragon on the inside, and as you move it, you can feel the weight of things. And then so there are the internal weight is definitely putting a lot of pressure on this part of the egg. You have to be very careful.
Does it still have the I guess it wouldn't still have the sack to sort of support it. The burlap bag.
It does a little bit, but as it landed, some of that did kind of come down around the side, so it's not entirely still and completely enveloped in the bag like it should be. It's like only the bottom half of the whole egg is in the bag, and you had to pull some of it around to be able to see the actual cracks itself. Okay, I'm gonna need, let's say, Rowan, as you're holding it there like that, trying to keep it from, the weight of the actual baby dragon inside is pushing against you. You can feel almost, like a baby's kicking or something on the inside. It's not moving, but just the weight of it, how it's got, maybe an appendage or a part of its body in some way pressed up against this part of the egg, especially as it's now on its side. The weight is now on this part of the egg. And I'm going to need you to roll both.
Would we be able to turn it so it's like on a more solid part?
You can you can try to roll it, but just as he's lifting up on it, you're right there underneath it. It was barely off the ground at this point,
Okay.
and you're just now putting your hands underneath it, like scraping the ground even, just to
Yes.
feel what's going on and see what's going on. All of this, the structural integrity and everything that's kind of happening. And this is all at this exact moment in time. And so as he's barely slowly lifting up on it, I'm going to need you to put both dex and strength checks. You can make them athletics and acrobatics if you'd like. You're able to brace it pretty well with your, as far as the coverage. But as he's starting to pick up on it, you can tell that you do not have the strength at this angle to hold it in place. If they pick up any more, this dragon will just come out in this of this cavity.
I need help. I need help. Somebody else help me hold this together, and then we can turn it so it's on a more solid part.
I thought Fane was there helping us.
I thought it was too. Do I need to roll a dex check to help?
Yeah, go ahead and do athletics at this particular. Since Rowan's the one doing the actual the holding together part. That's the dex part. She just needs your strength to hold the weight. Okay, yeah. So you're able to get underneath her and support her as it lifted up, and together you have just enough strength to keep it without bowling out outward, which would cause it all to spill out. All along, the governor is just hasn't said anything. He's got a very long look on his face. His eyes are, if they were any wider, they might be tearing actual skin of how tight his, just in absolute awe and shock at the same time of everything that's going on. And so now as you pick it up, now what do you want to do with it? How do you want to turn it?
I'm assuming there must be like some more solid sides of the egg if we can turn it so that that's at the bottom and the weight is more evenly distributed across the shell.
Okay, so you're going to roll it essentially, so because like the butt of it's still on the ground, and he's picked up from like the tip end, if you will. And you're in the middle here supporting on either side, and you're going to try to rotate it. How are we going to do that?
I guess sort of onto its side so that the crushed bottom part is not bearing the majority of the weight.
So in order to do that, so like you and Fane are each on either side of the egg, right? With your each hands, like your hands on it, and then her hands are kind of under yours, supporting the weight. To
Okay.
turn it, one of you is going to have to go underneath the egg.
Oh. If we keep it still, like this, can we hold it for a minute so I can mend it?
Maybe.
I say hold it like it is and just try.
Okay, I'm going to start casting mending then,
Okay. Concentration.
just as is.
Concentrate for up to a minute in order to try to cast this spell.
Yes.
I'm going
Casting time is 1 minute, and then it happens instantly at the end of the minute.
Okay. So, as a part of this, let's since you both have to brace this weight for a full minute, I'm gonna need one more strength check from each of you, and then I'm gonna need a concentration check from you, Rowan, to make sure that you don't lose the casting of the spell by trying to exert the physical effort.
Concentration is...
Constitution.
just a straight constitution roll?
There might be
Yeah, it should be straight Constitution.
not an actual skill for concentration.
Nope.
Then yeah, it'd be just Constitution. Yeah, so you have no trouble maintaining your concentration as you're sitting there holding it. Holding it is difficult but sustainable. A minute passes, and you can feel as that egg starts like kind of coming back together and forming a solid bit, making that part of the egg solid again.
Okay, so if we can put something soft underneath it, one of the bedrolls, maybe, then I can concentrate on mending the rest of it without having to worry about holding it up.
Hey, Cart, bring us your bedroll.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, so just spend a little time to make almost like a little pallet for it, so that you can sit it right back down, back in its place, ever so gently. Then you're gonna go ahead and repair it again, the rest of it, mend the rest of it.
Yep.
Yeah. So now that it's resting back again, there wouldn't be any checks for that. It would just take 2 minutes of time, and. After seeing the physical egg shell itself kind of revert back to a more structured state, and as it starts repairing some of that crack up to the side, the governor lets out a long whistle, and that's really more of a sigh than anything, Would you look at that?
I let out a sigh as well. Okay,
Is
we
it
got it.
is it okay over in there? Is it
Can
fine?
Can I check it? I mean, if it's another, like,
I
I
think
don't
this
know.
one maybe a medicine check to see if you can see if you know what you know. A medicine and nature. I mean, it's not. It would definitely not be an easy thing to ascertain, but it it still has its own internal warmth. It's still. I mean, there's no like screeching or anything going on the inside, so you don't know if it's alive or dead. And as far as that is concerned, but
Just
press your ear up against it, and you try to put your arms around it to try to get feel of pressure and change. As things sit, it feels like it's okay. It doesn't feel any different than it did before, and there's not exactly like a heartbeat or anything that you can hear.
I'm gonna cast cure wounds on it just in case, see if I can repair any uh biological stuff inside that may have been damaged.
Okay.
So I do that.
All right.
There's not like a thing to cast it on, so
Yeah. So go ahead and do just the roll for like it would normally be, but not on something. I think it'll just let you do the roll anyway if you don't roll it on site.
just
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Yep. It seems you definitely have done this many times, and so you know the effects that it is supposed to have, and the warmth as it passes through into the other person or the other being, and that's very similar to what you got. It's a very similar kind of reaction. I mean, you've tried to cure something that was gone and before, and you know this is not that kind of feeling, so you think it's still alive on the inside just on that inclination alone.
Okay, I think we're all right. Yeah, it should be fine.
I
We need to
back
put
away
them
slowly from the
we
edge.
need to put them somewhere safe though. Uh we're supposed to take these to Leosin in Elturel. But we need a place to rest and stock up on supplies before we head out again.
So there's nothing to worry about any of that. Um, he left a little bit of money behind to purchase some new horses if you needed fresh ones, to restock some supplies if necessary. Just some base, just only some base tidbits. We don't have much, even with the bazaars. As soon as it comes in, it gets gobbled up. Um, Not a whole lot of nice, fine kind of stuff that you'd might be looking for. We're working on it though. He left
Uh,
out not quite a 10-day ago, right after you left.
I
I
don't
guess.
think I would be looking for anything fancy. I'm hoping to find a healer's kit and uh, something to pad these with in the bags so that this does not happen again.
Oh, well, that's no trouble at all. I'm sure we can find something. Bedrolls aplenty, blankets and such. That we got.
And I lost my lockpick. I'd really like a new one of those.
Those
Uh,
are
lockpick?
Yeah, we used it to get the eggs out.
Well, I can't say that the regular general store sells lockpicks. What kind of thing might that, what precedence might that set? Now I imagine, there's a few people that might, be able to fashion you something. A couple of
That'd be
blacksmiths.
good
There's
enough.
a couple of skilled ones. I'm sure they could, work you together a little tool. You might want to be careful of how you ask it, though. Let's not raise
Discreet.
too much suspicion.
Just send me in the right direction to the right kind of person, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into. Let's get a good idea. Maybe we can send a request for some tools. I'm gonna have one of the errand boys do it, and we'll write something up real nice so they know that what we're making, but in a different way of saying it, maybe.
We were able to rescue a prisoner from the camp, but we needed lockpicks to do it. It's for good purposes, I promise.
Oh, I'm sure of it. But I don't know that everybody else would be so sure of it. You
I
saw
know
that
one
crazy
guy.
crowd out there. That's a bunch of mixed emotions nowadays.
Well, me and Fane know of one guy that would not be the right guy to ask. Fane?
I kind of look at them a little bit weird.
Surely I can steer clear of one guy.
Surely you can what?
Steer clear of that one guy.
Okay.
The governor just kind of gave it like how one eyebrow raised a little.
Our first priority is
Okay.
these eggs, so as long as they're somewhere safe, I would, if somebody can acquire some of this stuff for me, I would prefer to stay and guard these eggs.
Yeah, no, we got plenty of space here inside to keep. It's probably best that you stay here instead of out there. Just in case. Mixed emotions and all that. Laosin, though, just to kind of, yeah, we sure hadn't talked, too much at once, too much at once. Yeah, so I left some money with some horses. He said that he was going, okay, yeah, he's going to El Terrell. He's going to meet the paladin folk there. He's got friends there he's sending back with the
Sending
proper
back here?
yes, the proper stuff to take care of these here eggs, just in case you made it.
Oh, okay. He did say that we were supposed to meet him in El Terrell. I don't know that he mentioned that he was sending anybody here. Although he was in a hurry.
No, he didn't mention it till he was leaving.
Can I do
I
an
feel better
insight
if we
check
took
against
the
the
eggs
governor?
to him.
Insight check? Yes, go ahead. Now you get a pretty good sense of what he's been about since you got here, from the shock to the everything. He tends to wear his emotions and expressions very visibly on his face. And in this particular instance, he seems to be pretty legitimate about these instructions.
Yeah.
He's a little flustered, but he seems to actually be relaying information that was given.
Did he say when this escort might arrive?
Well, I imagine he'll make it to there in a day or so. It takes about a 10 days straight across on a hard ride. So maybe within a fortnight, depending on how long it takes him to convince.
How
That's a
long is a
long
fortnight?
14 days.
Thank you.
That's a long time to wait.
Yeah, he didn't say if you should wait. He said y'all were coming and had the fresh horses. I didn't really think to get the plan out in full detail.
Did he leave it written on paper, perchance?
No.
Or mention which road they would be taking?
No, they're cutting countryside straight, hard ride. Now,
Right,
when he
okay.
gets there, it's going to take some convincing. But I didn't think it'd take too much. He's already got the paladin folk on his side there, so surely with their influence, I mean, that's just one big holy city anyway, so I mean, with the kind of influence they got, if they're already on his side, I imagine they'd be coming straight this way. Might even be a little less than a fortnight.
All right, well, how about we restock our supplies? We'll rest here, and then we'll see if we can't meet them partway to Elturel.
Well, I reckon that's probably... Well, I guess that's an idea.
What do you guys think?
I have one piece of business to do. And then I'll join you in resting.
We're in Greenest, right?
That's correct. Do any of you
TX,
know much
I
about
think you had some things
Elturel?
to share with him, don't you?
Pardon me?
Didn't you find some baubles you wanted to share with the governor here?
There's gonna be no sharing. I'm returning.
The governor's just like looking back and forth between you two. Returning what?
I am going to back away from Bane and hold out some amulets. Let's see what I have here. Amulets. A wooden amulet, gold sapphire ring. Bone amulet.
Are those the ones that were carved by the? 'Cause there was two sets of things, right? You picked up the stuff that was carved or crafted by the kobolds. You picked up a couple of those things because you thought they had an artistic flair to them, and figured some particular art dealer might actually like them. And then there was also the things that you got out of the chest.
Yeah, so the ring and the pearls. I have a string of pearls and a ring. Those are the things that I can return.
Ooh. And who'd you say you took these from? Just kind of giving an inquisitive eye over at Fane a little bit, and then kind of back and just looking around.
I stole them back from the cultists.
Oh! Okay. Well,
At great risk to the party, I might add.
At acceptable risk to the party, she might add.
Yeah, you almost killed a couple of us.
I cough up just like a little tiny bit of poison that was just in the bottom of my lungs.
So, there's so many people missing so many things. Now we've had people taking to writing down. We've got people out doing that all along. So,
Do they have any kind of stamp on them?
So you're returning them without reward then, TX. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
do you just want to hand them over?
These
Okay.
are not mine. And I would hand them over if you can identify who they belong to.
Well,
I mean, if they don't belong to anyone around here, then they're an easy sell, let me tell you.
Can I inspect them for any kind of mark or
Yeah.
stamp, like something that might indicate who they would belong to?
I will hold them out, but still have a pretty tight grip on them.
Yeah, I'm not interested in taking them at all.
So we got the pearls, and we've got what was the other thing?
Gold and sapphire ring.
The gold and sapphire ring.
Nope. It's just shiny city folk stuff.
Even it doesn't take much investigation. Even though you're like, yeah, this is stuff that people buy. It's pretty good stuff. I would imagine. But you do see on the ring on the inside. It does say E period J period on the ring.
Do you know anybody with the initials E and J?
Well, yeah, we know a handful. But he gets real fidgety. Right now. Definitely a visibly different demeanor. I might know who that goes to. Let's see if we got that in let's see if we got that written down. We have this. We got a list, I say. We got a list.
Does he seem nervous or scared or like he's trying to hide something?
Yeah, to you, to Fane, Fane wholeheartedly believes that he is just straight up. He knows exactly who it's going to. It's got a person and an owner, and it's all good. Everything's good. So for you, you can kind of tell a little, Rowan, with your insight, that he's all fidgety, maybe a little bit, like you see a little bit of grief, a little bit of some of these other things he's trying to hide around it. Not that he's hiding he's trying to hide the truth, but he's trying to hold back other emotions as he's trying to talk.
Is everything all right, Governor?
Yes. I know who it goes to, but it's well, I know who will go to next. That's all I can say.
Ah. I take it the owner of this is missing or killed.
It was a confirmed found. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just one of many reminders.
There's a next of kin then we can return these to.
Aye. Yes. I'll see that it gets to them. It'll be best coming from me.
All right.
I'll make sure to let them know you're the ones that found it, but yeah.
Oh, you said one's plural?
or 1 or
TX.
whatever.
It's fine. Let it go.
Alright, I'll hand him over.
If there's some things you need, just ask anyone around here. I'll go see if I can't procure you that tool purchase creation off to the side here. And then I'm going to carry this over, if that's alright with you folks.
It would be much appreciated. Thank you.
You have free reign. There's plenty of beds in the keep. Rest as you like.
Are the eggs safe here, or is there somewhere we should move them to?
Let's
This is
just get this little skeptical. Maybe I should have some other people carry them to...
They're very heavy. Make sure that the people you're entrusting them with are strong.
Okay, yeah. How heavy are we talking here?
2 T-axes.
Oh yeah, nope. I got a couple of strong lads that I know of, and kind of known for having pretty deft skills, good with their hands. Yep.
All right. If it's okay, I'll stick around while they're being moved, in case we need any more mending. Just in case.
Sure. That's probably for the best.
I'll probably stick with Roan around the eggs because I have no need to get anything else.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, the governor's going to kind of bid you adieu, and then head off towards one of the conference rooms, disappearing behind some doors. You see him a few minutes later with a parchment in a sealed envelope with his stamp on it, and you hear him give some instructions to one of his guardsmen, and who hands the letter to, who then heads out of the keep. And then with that, he puts on kind of like a big floppy hat, really, and walks out towards the sally port, out the little side door, and leaves off to the side. Couple of minutes later, that guy who had received that letter walks over and talks to several other people, who then begin approaching this way with towards the eggs, as he then follows out of the sally port, following just a minute or two behind the governor, heading out of the keep.
I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on anybody going near the eggs.
So
Even...
there is 6 young adult gentlemen, little more than lads, just recently become adults, that said, so you want us to carry these for you? There's this place back in the room near the kitchens. It's pretty warm. They've some other folks already made up a little spot for them. Should be hunky dory for a while if we can just get them there.
That sounds fine.
Okay, so I guess
Just be very careful.
we'll just be to it then. So they're gonna each take 2 to an egg, 2 to the 3 eggs, and pick them up, and start to pick them up. But they're gonna go ahead and start removing all of the sack and all of that stuff.
They're removing the sack?
Yes.
Would it not be easier to carry them in the sack? Or no?
It doesn't make much of a difference.
I
Well,
mean,
it's sort of a sling if 3 people are holding it.
there's only 2 people per 2 per egg for the 3
Oh,
eggs. So
okay.
there's 6 of them. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and so like you kind of get this, as you start seeing them taking the thing off, you can see they kind of see it's just what we were told to do. That way we can get them all up out of the way and everything, so we can actually set them in the nest. We don't got to pick them up and down a couple of different times. Easy, gentle. That's the game of the game.
All right, I'll collect the bags when they shed them, I guess.
You see them each decide, like carrying furniture. They slowly pick them up and start carrying them away, and you can tell that they are being extra cautious, especially not only wary of their instructions, but also keeping a little bit of an eye on you guys as you're sitting there watching intent. Very piercing stares.
If any of them look a little shaky, like they're not strong enough, or if they're gonna slip or something, I'm going to use enhanceability on them to help them out. But I can only use it on one.
Okay. No, it seems to be when at this picture they pick it up and they're carrying it pretty deftly. There's not
Okay.
there doesn't seem to be any trouble here. And as you follow them, they kind of go off back behind this main little courtyard into a little building entrance, and off to the side you can see they pass by the kitchens, and off to the side there's a pantry, and then in behind the pantry, like there's a door that goes down to cellar, probably something like a root cellar or something down that way. And then also, as they go around around the pantry, it kind of comes back on the back side of the ovens.
Mhm.
And the bricks are really warm on this side. They've been storing a lot of stuff that keeps better when it's real warm and dry, as it has been in is the room that they're kind of setting up. And as you see them carrying it in through the doorway there, trying to be very careful because the doorways are only a little bit wider than the eggs themselves. Have to be real careful, traversing through that door frame. And you can see just around them how they've actually got nests set up like big bird nests, very similar to the nests that were in the kobold's cave, that's already been prepped, that they slowly set them into. So all the gentlemen, if they get it all set, everything looks secure, they stand up, they walk by, kind of tip their hat, ma'am.
I'm going to stop one of them and say, there's a couple of things I need at the market. I have 10 gold for you to take if you will bring me back some of these things.
Why,
That's-
sure, yeah.
Okay. I need a healer's kit and a few days worth of rations.
Uh-huh.
And I need you to take my horse back to the caravan that we came in with originally, who is, I tell them where we left them.
Yep. Oh no, I know right where we're going there.
Perfect.
And
if you can bring these things back for me, I'll let you keep whatever's left of the gold. This 10 gold.
you see him kind of counting on his fingers a little bit. So I know about them rations. I never bought me a healer's kit. My wife's a midwife. She's got a few, but and you see him kind of counting on his fingers. So it's like 10 gold, then 10, and then that. Are you is that right?
It says in the adventuring gear table that the healer's kit goes for 5 gold.
5 gold, and then some of this little bits. That's a whole bunch left over. You sure you give me the right number?
That's fine.
Why, thank Thank you much, ma'am. I'll get right on it.
I'll be here waiting.
You can kind of see him, take the gold pieces and put them into his pouch. And then he takes the pouch up off his belt, and then he tucks it into his actual coat pocket. And then he kind of holds. You can just see him like holding his hand on the outside of the coat up against his chest, like he's carrying some precious cargo. And then you see him just take off sprinting, just around the corner, and he's gone.
I just sort of settle in and wait with the eggs. Especially keeping an eye on that one that cracked earlier.
Mm-hmm. What's everybody else doing?
I want to go back to the bazaar.
I'm with Rowan, just hanging out with the eggs.
Okay. TX trying to go out to the bazaar.
It was a long ride. I'm looking for an outhouse.
And they have actually a little better establishments than just roadside peeing that you've been having to deal with. There's plenty of those spread throughout the keep. They've got even a sewer-based system here, so it's not quite modern day conveniences, but it is way better than just a regular old outhouse.
I also might sneak into the kitchen to see if there's any good food around.
I'm gonna head
Or
out to
something
the
better
bazaar.
than road food.
So morning TX are going outside. The other three are staying inside. Fane, you're gonna go to the kitchen. Okay. So since it's just kitchen's just around the other side of the wall you're in, which doesn't take much to get over there. When you step in, you kind of scope around looking. You can see shelves on the back side of the room that are lined with both breads and cheeses and other dried foods that are for longer stay. There's huge cook pots on one side of the wall where there is kind of
Is there like a head chef or anybody in the kitchen?
Yeah, there's quite a few people in the kitchen at the moment. Probably 5 assistants and 1 person who seems to be wielding a spoon as a weapon. That is kind of orchestrating those that are around them. Very bulbous lady.
Alright, I'll go up to her and ask her if I can have something fresh. And maybe some for Rowan as well. Since we're watching these eggs for the governor.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yeah, she's as soon as you approach, she's yelling and pointing and doing all this stuff, and just as you kind of approach from one side, she's startled a little bit. Oh, hello, Missy. Yes, the governor told us about you. What can we do for you?
Just your freshest stew will be lovely. 2 servings if you don't mind.
Ooh, would you like some bread and cheese? Maybe some side of beef or something to go with that?
That would be more than welcome.
So as soon as you say that, she kind of turns back towards the other things and just kind of slaps the spoon on the table. And then, all right, now get to it. Make trays. Let's get this on the hustle. Important guests. It takes them just a couple. They're used to being yelled at and really don't even jump at this point. Hearing the conversation even beforehand, they were already making the trays before she started to yell at them. And just very quickly, 2 of them come up with trays, and one hands one off to you, and the other one's like, "I'll carry this one if you want."
That's great. Follow me. And I head back to Rowan.
Right. And so as you go in there, and he just sits it down basically on the top of a cask, and just sits it there and turns and says, "Thank you much," and then just walks out back to the kitchen.
Ooh, food.
Good food. Not TX's
Nice.
cooking.
I just start digging in. That's hungry.
Yeah, for sure.
Some real food, and you've eaten nothing but travel rations and berries and the like for
Days.
5 or 6 days. Yeah, 6 days, 7 days. Yeah, it's actually been a good while. So with that, I'll leave you there to that as you think about if you want to discuss anything. We'll kind of move over to TX. You said you're going out into the bazaar. You and Morn both going together or separately? I know what Morn's looking for, but are you going with him or not?
No, I'm slinking off into my own direction.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so Bazaar. I'm looking to sell. So I want to try and identify anyone who's doing into jewelry.
Oh yeah, as soon as you kind of head into the entire bazaar area, there's a couple of people that approach you immediately, right away, that seem to be more there to direct traffic. So here you've entered the bazaar. What can we do for you? What do you need? Where would you like to go? All the wonders and sights at your disposal. Just point a direction and tell us a name, tell us a thing, and we'll get it to you. We'll get you there.
I'm going to reach into my bag and pull out one of my polished precious stone and say, I'd like to find a place to unload one of these at your best price.
Looking at the stone, you can see him kind of lean closer. You see him pull out a little monocle out of his shirt. Put on his little monocle. Very good indeed. And you have one of these, you say? One? Do you have more? Is there more? What can we take from you? I mean, what would you like?
The number I have is my business, but I'd like to sell.
Very well, very well. Right this way, right this way.
Okay.
He ushers you a few kind of, so it's mostly a tent row on one side and then tent row on the other, and there's a lot of tables and there's big stands and things going out, and then it takes you about four of these tents down on the left, and then he parts the big curtain going on inside. Enter this way.
Thank you, kind sir.
Jeffrey will be welcome to assist you.
Hello, Jeffrey.
As you walk in and kind of move out of the way, that very flowery person seems to be a similar quality that all of those that are kind of ushering people around have. As you walk in, you're kind of taken aback a little by the disfigured looking person that's in front of you. It's just Jeff. Don't mind him. What do you have? What do you want? I'll have no lollygagging about.
Alright, well, now that I'm in... Is there anyone else in the store, or in the tent, just besides me and him?
Just Jeff.
Okay, Jeff. I'm going to reach into my bag and grab the other stones, 6 in total, and kind of lay them out on the table and say, "What'll you give me?" From my eye, these look like they are well cut. Certainly able to be fixtured into some sort of jewelry.
Well, by your eye, you could be horse shit. Give them here. Just scrapes them over, kind of lines them out in a very systematic ordering, looking at them by color and kind of order them this way or that. Trying to remember the exact descriptions of what all ones you had. Was it just said polished precious stones, right?
I had a note on here.
And so, unlike just a regular monocle, this guy actually has a full jeweler's kit, magnifying glass plus like double monocle, almost like a little telescopic lens that he puts on in front of a magnifying glass as he's looking on, and he's got these little tweezer-looking things that he uses to pick up the jewel and look at, and he's got he moves over essentially this candle that has this brass rim around it to who has a focal point that shines the light in a very bright condensed conical shape towards the area as he's looking at it, looking around very gently. Well, horseshit these are not. Nope, these are jewels that of decent quality. He's just picking them up one at a time, looking at each one. I'd say... how about 75 gold pieces each for the lot? I think that's what I'd be willing to pay.
Okay. Here's my little skill thing, and
That's... yeah, 450 gold pieces for the lot. That seems about right.
seems like a good price to me. They're yours.
Why, it's a pleasure doing business. You see a wry smile come across his face as he ducks behind the counter to pick up a box, and opening up this box, starts rooting around, pulling out several platinum pieces and gold pieces and stacking them up just so. Here is 40 platinum. That's 400 gold pieces. Then here's 50 gold pieces.
Do you want me to do that, or...
Yep.
Okay.
40 plat and 50 gold. Now that I seem to have taken care of that particular business, what would you like from me?
Show me what you have in your ring selection.
I take it this is for another, or only looking for halfling rings?
Halfling size. Halfling size ring, ogre size jewel. If you get what I'm saying.
This huge smile. I know exactly what you speak of. He takes his chest and he puts it down underneath, and he kind of roots around and he pulls out this little crate, and then he opens up this crate, and then he pulls out a little bitty box out of it, and then sits it on the counter and pulls out another little box and sits on the counter and says, aha. And this third box he sits out, and then he puts the other two back into this big crate and then pushes it underneath. As he lifts the lid, there are 6 different rings, each of which are fitted for a small creature, a small humanoid, in size. This ring, and he's pointing at it one at a time, is platinum, and set upon it is a full 5-carat ruby. I think this qualifies as ogre-sized for someone like yourself, you think?
The jewel looks great, but I worry about the durability of platinum. I'm no dainty so-and-so that just walks around. I earn my importance. I need something with a little more strength in the band.
Are we looking exotic, or will gold suffice? Puts the ring back in his little box and then sets it down onto a shelf underneath. Kind of looks at you with his hand resting on a fist with his elbow on the counter. Please narrow your mind. Tell me. What do you want?
Are you just looking for something fun?
Yeah, I'm looking for all the flash should come from the jewel, but I need durability. I would even go so low as steel for the band. I need it to be durable. For someone who gets his hands dirty. The durability of the band is of utmost importance.
I don't know that I have anything made of steel. That's not a jeweler's regular outfit, if you'd say that. But maybe I have something else. Steel is commoner's filth. That's not what you want anyway. But I have this other metal. The dwarves. It comes from mithril, it is. Perhaps that would suffice.
Yes, that would be much more aligned to my adventuring ways. In fact, even just the band itself would be hold some measure of prestige. Wouldn't you agree?
Given its rarity, and you have to pry it literally from the cold, dead hands of a dwarf, I would tend to agree.
You have my attention, sir. Let's get down to business. What are you asking for?
For the band, I hope you have more than the jewels you brought in.
I'm going to look a little bit slyly. I have some other goods in my person, although I'm not sure you're the right person to sell them to. I'm going to kind of reveal the amulets that are still around my neck.
Well, these are definitely an odd sort. you're right, and this is not my usual racket. I might know someone that would want them.
I don't want to waste your time any further than I have. If you could give me a number, then either we'll be in business or I'll kindly leave.
Hmm. On a side note, I was actually trying to find some actual price of mithril, but I cannot. There used to be standard costs for applying that to armors, weapons, and equipment and stuff, but I don't see that in this, I don't see it in the equipment section. And I don't see it in the Dungeon Master's Guide, so let's make up something, because that's pretty much the way that always works. Seeing as you were so kind to give me such a good deal, 600 gold, I think I could let it go. Although, that is quite a bit. Yeah, 600 it is. I think I can reap at least some enough profit from between these jewels and that.
Insight roll to test his honesty, seeing as how apparently I gave him such a good deal.
Yeah, you get the feeling that you may have been had a little on the jewels, but this time he does seem to be a little more honest about the, about the actual profit of the two being similar, being worthwhile.
Okay. I'm gonna tell him to keep that ring in trust, and I will be back as soon as I can with that amount of gold and platinum.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and get the flowery person to direct me to an art collector.
Yeah. So as you step out, um, you can see immediately how like sharks to blood they begin swarming around. So I see, as it stands, your business is concluded, I take it? Well in trust?
My business is ongoing. I need to find an art collector. One with an eye for the abstract. One that may have an eye for outsider art.
You see him kind of look around thinking to himself, and then just, ah. So I think who you're looking for is Illithor. Come.
Should I just call him ill?
I would not do that if I were you. Finicky the elves are about names and titles and such.
Alright.
Come this way. So he leads you down nearly to the end of this row of tents, and he's like, well, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. He's not really... Well, he's not popular among the bazaar, so he's out about in his own little place. Come this way. He kind of turns between two tents and starts walking into the city a little. Often down kind of a little bit of an alleyway here, out towards the back. Are you going to follow?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep my eye on him as well as the like. He's been very friendly, and I'm trying to detect an ulterior motive with him.
I want to go ahead and insight it. This character is just straight up shady. Shady. From head to toe. But I mean, it's anybody that would encounter this would know for sure that's the case. But you think he's actually telling you the truth about Illithor?
Okay. And I'd be making sure that he's keeping his hands where I can see them. Fuck.
And it is definitely in the best that you hopefully trust him. Yeah, so he winds away a couple of alleys down and off to the side, a little bitty actual brick building. And he said, Illithor is in here, in this building. He's the only one inside, and I'll leave you here to it, and back to my business as it were. If you need anything else from the bazaar, come back to us, and we'll take care of it promptly.
Okay, in I go.
Are you going to knock before you enter, or are you just walking in?
Is there any sort of signage around?
No.
Then I'm going to knock. Rap, rap, rap.
A few seconds pass, and no response.
A bit harder. And I'll announce my name.
Just a few seconds pass, and then you hear a small creaking sound coming from the other side of the door, as though something is being moved, and just about, and then you hear just a little bit of squeak as the hinges start to move just ever so slightly. Yes. What can I do for you?
Greetings, friend. I was told that you're a collector of, interesting art pieces.
I think friends is a bit of a stretch at most, but you'd be right on the other account.
Fantastic. Where would you like to do business?
Well, what business is there?
I'm going to reach underneath my armor and pull out the amulets again.
You can see, like, at this point, you haven't actually been able to see anything. All you see is just through a crack in the door, just kind of one very pale skin, little bit. All you can see is an eye with the pale skin surrounding it, and then you just see it kind of crane up. It's very, very far, much further down than you would have anticipated, especially from an elf, as it looks out at you, looking up, looking down, trying to narrow in on these things. And what do you have here?
These are kobold crafted amulets. One made from bone. I can't tell you the origin of that. One made from soapstone. Another made from wood. Don't know what kind of wood. And another made of ivory.
Why, that's quite intriguing.
It comes as a collection.
I'd say that yes, I think we shall do business. As the door creaks open, you see that this is a very, very, very short elf. Only just an inch or so taller than you, and he's hunched horribly over. Very hunched back. Shoulders are actually up above his head. How far his neck is bent and hunched down as he backs away. And says, "Come in, close the door behind you." And he goes over behind a little workbench area, and sits on a stool as he postures himself up. He looks almost like a little bit like a pterodactyl sitting at the top of this little stool, peeking over. Lay them out here on the velvet, and I'll look at it.
Noticing the velvet, I'm going to gingerly take off the amulets and place them one by one, side by side. As reverently as I can.
Let's see, there's 4 in total.
Yep. Bone, ivory, wood, and soapstone.
Why, these things are mighty rare. You say kobold made, is it?
I would say so, considering where I got them from.
Ah, a little bit of adventurer, are you?
I'm gonna puff out my chest and nod.
That could add to marketability. You can see him kind of inspecting. He's holding each one, looking up around. Dragons, too. Popular theme these days. Popular theme. Yes. I'd say, in order of value, obviously, by material. These ivory one, yes. And amulet of wood. That's strange. But this one is of fine carving, yet I think increases its value. This bone, I think that might be a little difficult to sell. Bone. I'm gonna put it over here. I'm sure there's someone that'll take it, but the length of time I'll have to have it. Not worth as much. Soapstone. Strange material for such architecture. And he'll set it off to the side. Yes, this. And you want to sell these as a lot, you say? I might be willing 300 gold pieces. 300, yes. You take it?
I'll take it.
Very good indeed. Very good indeed. And he pulls out a bag that has. He said, "This has." He puts it on a scale. 5 pounds of gold. Yep. 250 gold pieces. Yes. And no, we said 300. Okay, one moment. And he pulls out 5 platinum pieces and sets it down.
That looks great.
Okay, yes. Now the business is concluded. Out.
You have yourself a mighty fine day.
I doubt that. I highly doubt it. And with that, we'll have our intermission as you leave.
Okay.
All right. Bio break.
How long?
Let's set this one for 20.
Groovy.
I'm trying to figure this shit out, Drad. His sources are all freaking saying different things. It's kind of ridiculous. But I found a good one finally. That is written by Sword Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
in the
you
adventure
should, in
guide.
your
It makes more
library,
sense.
look at the Sword Coast Adventure Guide. We'll talk about that faction.
It's not very descriptive. I had to find the Adventures League player guide to get a better description.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
For any of those that are watching, we'll be back in about 20 minutes. And we'll pick up again. We'll see you then.
Woohoo!
Potatoes.
Potatoes?
Oh, this talk of stew got me hungry.
Mm-hmm. Look at that.
So what?
I hear that. Oh, sorry.
Microphone muted.
Hey, Car, what are you again? You're a wizard?
It's a wild sorcerer.
Or sorcerer?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the adventure guide, player's guide, there's 4 extra spells for the sorcerer to look at if you're interested. I didn't realize that until right now. Some of them are pretty cool. I think they're all cantrips.
Microphone activated.
All right. I'm back. Is everyone else back? So, 0. Ah, I can talk. Okay, good. I was just double checking. If I were to do roll call now, would I be a lonely little petunia in an onion patch?
Oh, we're
No.
back. Is everybody else back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Here.
I figured my shit out, Drat, if you didn't read that. Figured it out. I'm trying to get 2 into it. 2 into it. Too deep!
Okay, sweet. Our very own Sir Laurel is taking Fane away to go out to eat tonight. So.
I can be here for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Laurel's in my living room and has been.
Nice. What you're saying is he could have been here this evening.
And maybe not dropkick the dragon egg.
Yeah.
I don't know things. I just know he's in my living room.
That's a big knowing.
Alright, so we had just left off with TX speaking with some supposed art dealer. Anyway. Reference from a movie he hates, but I love.
Perfect. I guess on my way back through town, I just see a vendor and I just buy a couple darts. Very simple transaction. No
Oh, yeah,
haggling involved.
Yeah, those are very commonplace in a regular general goods vendor. So what you told me, was that the conclusion of what you wanted to do with your excursion out? You just wanted to kind of just to
as far as
make
role
sure that
playing
someone was
goes,
kept up to date?
yeah, I mean, I was gonna try to talk about a reward, but I don't know how we'd roleplay that, so I'll just keep it simple.
Yeah, you and I can talk about that after our session today, or sometime this week. About you,
Okay.
what do you want to do? How do you want to tie in with those?
How
That's
we do
cool.
it, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I didn't think about it the other day, so. Alright, got 10 daggers. Or 10, darts. Guys, I can hurt people from a distance now.
Woohoo!
Too bad there's usually a direwolf in the way anyway.
It all depends. It all depends. So TX still wanted to buy mithril ring, I recall.
Yeah. Know the location of the tent. I'm gonna try and be a little bit more stealthy, not to attract attention, because I'm now carrying a big load of cash.
Indeed. Go ahead and roll your stealth roll. Yeah, with the especially with the vibe and how shady that character was, You're very cautious as you leave Illithor's little workshop. Kind of take a slightly alternate route off along the side. Slink your way back over to the backside of that tent. Do you want to go in? You still want to try to sneak into the middle of the, like in through the front door of the bazaar, or anything different?
Yeah.
Alright.
Trying to avoid contact with, well, specifically the flowery person, but
Yeah, you never caught his name.
yeah,
It was
not a
more
big
of
deal.
more talking royal pronouns, we and
Mhm.
us, as though he was some kind of, he was the bazaar or something crazy. Okay, that you managed to slip around. You tuck right up against the edge as you peer out around the corner, and you see, them hovering around different people, and you manage to just slip around the corner into the tent, um, unnoticed. In fact, as you slip in, you can see Jeff actually inspecting further the gems and that you had just sold him, as he's placing them carefully in an arrangement of different boxes that he has open in front of him. He does not look up as you enter.
All right, I'm gonna say hi, Jeff. Let's conclude our business.
Like as you say that, it's just like, huh? He looks up and peers at you. I see. I take it you're here for what you were looking after a moment ago?
Let's
I
have it.
still have it. He looks and he starts closing all the lids, all these little boxes quickly, kind of all the while eyeing you very closely. Not even taking his gaze off of you at all. He starts putting these little boxes that had the gins in them into this crate he's got down to his side. Pushes that under the counter. You see him lean off to the side, like he's leaning over, trying to look underneath, and you can see his shoulder moving around a lot, like he's rooting around for something, and you can hear it clattering on stuff underneath the desk, but he's still got both eyes on you, exactly, unmoving. And you see him grab something and pull it. He sits it on the table, and slowly raises the lid, pulls out. I have two, as it turns out. This one, not quite as thick as the other. So maybe I'd let this one go. This one might fit better anyway. 550 gold pieces. Then he sets it out in front of him, and he picks out another one, sets it down, and it's definitely a little more gaudy, a little larger, but both seem to be made of that shimmering metal as he sits it in front of you. 650 for this one, 550 for this. Which would you choose?
What, what would you tell me about both of them?
Why, I'd tell you they're a magnificent deal. And you should buy them both. I think they complement each other quite well.
I mean specifically, and I'm gonna say with a bit of hesitation, definitely as an individual sale.
Well, This one is 8.7 ounces, and he's holding up the gaudy one. This one is 8.7 ounces of mithril, worked very carefully. I'd say its craftsmanship was exceptional. The dwarves and all, they know their business. This one is 7.1 ounces of mithril, and is elegant yet small. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Do you want the ring or do you not want the ring?
Without giving any away your trade secrets, how do they come into your possession? What's the story behind each one?
Connections, I'd say, connections. However, I will tell you, the bit I gave you about coming from the cold dead fingers of a dwarf is actually true. And not of my own, but through an intermediary who got it through an intermediary, and so on and so forth.
So, I think I'll take the larger one.
Somehow I knew you would. It seemed to me that that would be something matching your station. Very well then.
You understand me like no one else.
See that real huge wry smile as he kind of chuckles a little. Indeed, I think I do. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna plop down my 400, or rather my 45 platinum pieces, and the remaining in gold. So that
Okay.
should be 45 and 200 then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can see very methodically stacking and counting.
Mhm.
And then he puts it over, and he's got a little scale with some, you can see him move little bars that he sets on the other side of the scale, weighing the gold. Yes, yes. 4 pounds of gold on the dot. Very good. What other business do you have?
Well, just take a moment to think about this to myself. No, I think that's about it. You've been most helpful.
As have you. We see him start raking piles of money, and you just see the big toothy grin. His eyes are almost twinkling. Yes.
Oh, my toothy grin is going to be equally as big as I put on the ring.
You'll have it known that you have never seen anyone actually wearing a mithril ring before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I need a new backpack.
Indeed.
Um, See, that costs 2 gold, so I'll deduct that. More ball bearings. So I'll deduct that. Yeah, pretty mundane stuff is what I'm after now, just supplies and such. Oh, and I should get rid of all the amulets in my inventory.
Yes. Precious stones.
Um, and yeah, no, I think that's pretty good. I think my
Alrighty then. So you're heading back to the after you procure the general goods, you're gonna head back to the keep.
yeah, I think so. Anything interesting around? Uh,
Oh, I guess Lily's out.
User disconnected from your channel.
That's quite alright. We've a little bit. There's quite a bit we could do as we move forward. I'll autopilot her if necessary. So TX, you did your thing. Find Roan regarding the eggs. Karth did his business. Concluded well, I hope.
Let's just
Indeed.
say number 2 knows who he works for.
My major question is, did you hear any battle music while you're... Did you have to roll initiative? Okay, so everyone made their way back to the keep to meet up.
Did my errand boy come back?
He did. Yeah, I
Okay.
actually forgot to tell you that, but yeah, he did.
That's good. I was a little bit worried.
Is a little a little sheepish, definitely embarrassed a little. Had the flushed red cheeks as he's here. I got those things for you.
um, Fane was asking about getting him to bring back some rations for her as well, but she was also talking about me asking the cook. I'm not sure which way that's gonna go. But if he's willing to go back out, I'll toss him a couple more gold. Pick up some stuff for her.
Yeah, the cook would be willing to make some, like some bread and cheese kind of stuff. It's not condensed, like travel rations are, which is basic nutrition bar of bland, terrible tasting. It's essentially Bachelor Chow from Futurama. It's essentially what it is. That's what travel rations are, in my opinion.
Okay, so maybe she'll just get those from the cook. I don't know what her pack, the weight in her pack is like, if that would affect it or anything, but we can say she's supplied either way.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, she's running thin on the weight. She's 1.14 pounds under maximum.
Okay, maybe I'll carry the extra rations for her.
She has 5 days of rations on her. I don't know if she actually adjusted that as days went on or not. Well, she had 10, now she's got 5, or I'm really not sure. So yeah, we'll make sure that we have it collectively as a party if it's necessary.
Yeah, I'll say I've got 14 days of rations. Those are pretty cheap, so what I sent the guy with would have covered that anyway.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
fine.
yeah, I can always find us food anyway. And I got a healing kit, and my horse was returned to its owner.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and you have new horses available to you, according to the governor.
Right.
So it took everyone. So you guys got here. It was close to. What did we say it was? That was before. It would have been close to the in later in the afternoon. It was somewhere between 2.5 and 3 day journey. So it was probably 3 o'clock. By the time you guys made it to the keep, and then after everybody went out and came back, it's probably dusk right about now.
I'm sleeping in the egg room.
Okay. Was there any plans or anything anybody you make? What was the overall group plan again? Just to confirm.
I think we were just resting here overnight and then heading up to El Toral in the morning.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Because it's so safe after TX drew all that attention to us
Yeah.
on the way in.
Oh, the attention's on me, not on us.
Yeah. Well, not on me at all.
I'm pretty sure it was on those eggs and them wanting to smash them.
This town is too skittish for us to stay very long.
Yeah, Karth,
I'm
you're
safe.
continuing on with us to El Toral? I mean, you're back in town now. It's safe here if you, well, relatively safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue on, if you'll take me.
Alright, we'd appreciate the help. Or I would, at least.
Okay. So to sleeps.
Mm-hmm.
I might do a few jigs in celebration of my newfound wealth.
You'll do what in celebration of your newfound will?
A few jigs. Like
Dancing a jig? Okay.
Yeah. Um. Yeah.
That was unexpected. Okay, so you guys
need to do anything else before going to bed this evening?
Don't think so.
Oh, really?
I might warn the governor just to put some extra watch out, because, we stole some dragon eggs, and there might be people looking for them, so.
Yeah, he's gonna essentially, like kind of hit his forehead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. You can tell he's really not very good at. He's really new to this whole directing actual troops and worrying about security. As far as that goes. And, he's gonna ask you, so I take it you are going to leave them here?
The eggs?
Yes.
Just until the morning, and then we'll take them up north. We'll see if we can meet that escort coming from El Terrell.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Why, did you have another thought on the matter?
Well, I think taking them outside might not be the best idea. You see, we had our little town hall meeting on the outside today, and, yeah, people are not very happy about them. Quite riled up, you might say.
I see.
So, another concern, not perhaps not for your abilities, but it seems awfully dangerous to transport them in the way that you were. Well, you made it here just fine. It's just fine. I'm sure it's fine. But I mean, sure it's fine. But.
You said it's fine.
Yes, it's fine. But
Should we be more concerned with stealth? Maybe if we leave before dawn, or have them. Are your men trustworthy?
yes, my men are, yes, but everyone, I probably not.
I'm wondering if we should be up early before most of the rest of the town would be, and see if we can sneak them out before most of the populace is awake.
I
Perhaps in a wagon
per
that we could cover with straw or something?
maybe. Have you looked out over the wall?
I've been with the eggs most of today.
You see, like, kind of like. So, perhaps you.
Are we looking at torches and pitchforks here? Is that what we're looking at?
I don't think I saw a single pitchfork.
Okay.
But might say that there has been a bit of a gathering.
I'm gonna go look over the wall.
And so, yeah, so he's gonna lead you up along sets of stairs along the edge of the ramparts up over the top, which are about 2.5 stories tall. Oh, that was a dog. About 2.5 stories tall up the ramparts, and as you now that it is just past dusk, where the light should be dim, you can see that there is a good bit of light still coming up over the over the edge of the wall, and just as you crest up over onto the ramparts itself and have a look down, you can see that there is a great number of people, more than 50,
Angry people?
that are out on the road, with torches and a set little
User joined your
campfires
channel.
and things like that about near the castle entrance. Apparently, this has taken place. This kind of gathering is formalized only just recently, as the other people that were outside didn't see anything like this when they first came in.
What up, people?
Howdy.
Just thought I'd drop in and say hello.
I'll ask the governor if he has any suggestions. Should we try and is there another way out of the keep? Or are they just at the entrance here? Are they looking for somebody to talk to, or are they just looking to crush eggs?
I think they have ill intent for the eggs. Talking doesn't seem to be very productive.
Is there another way out we can use, or are they?
He kind of leans in. There's two other ways out. One, your predecessors found down below through the sewers to some grate on the outside. Messy business. I've not been there myself, but the depiction makes it think that is possible, but not. I don't know. Not with the size of these eggs, if they would fit. Perhaps the only other exit is the sally port. And I'm afraid that would not do either. Not if you wish to be hidden, if you will. Now, one problem being that perhaps wagon is the idea. A wagon will not fit through the sewer, but around the outside, maybe a wagon could meet you there. Or another idea perhaps is that you leave them here and follow faster to Elturel. Let those know the situation at hand. Meet them on the road. Well, over the land at least. I don't know.
How many guards and horses and wagons do you have here in this keep?
Well, guards, we have maybe 50 in the militia. Of the soldiers, I think there are 17 left. Just kind of
I
give
would
a sigh and
be.
a shake of his head.
If you can arrange for a wagon to meet us outside of the sewers, I would be inclined to inspect that way. We may be able to stealthily make our way from the keep if we can get out that way. But I would not attempt to do so until we've had some rest.
We're short people. How many horses do you have, Governor?
Well, Laosin purchased 6 for your specific use.
So
I
that
can
for
get
your users.
access to as many as 30 or 40 myself, but what are you
I'm
thinking?
thinking if the governor's men are trustworthy, we can have them help us carry the eggs down through the sewer onto a wagon. I can cast Pass Without a Trace on us, and we can leave, hopefully, just before dawn, before it's light and they can see what we're doing. I would not feel safe just waiting here.
No, I do not want to wait.
The Governor Hills, I will defer to your judgment. I don't know much about the protection of such thing. I was expecting them to be within the keep. I don't think the rabble out there would try to take over the keep until the paladin folk could arrive. But that is entirely your decision. You procured them after all.
You were expecting the paladins to take another fortnight, did you? Was that not so?
Yes. Yes. Maybe a little less, but yes.
That's a long time to wait with an angry mob outside the wall.
Would you even be able to get a wagon out at this point if you just rushed a wagon out?
It might risk. It might be risky. I mean, I could get a wagon out of here, per se. I could also procure one from somewhere else in the city.
That would likely be easier.
Yeah, there goes my Mad Max idea.
You could, we could perhaps... Well, if we didn't just want one to be seen, maybe we put stuff in big potato sacks.
That's what I'm thinking. Disguise it, hide it in plain sight. Whether it's with potato sacks, straw,
Or
whatever you've got.
maybe a decoy?
I was thinking the decoy route, taking a wagon, fill it full of guards, horses with guards on both sides, and getting that out and having it just go full burn to the west. People should think something's important on that one and follow it, and then we sneak out the side when if everyone followed.
That's a good idea, actually.
But if you couldn't really get the wagon out, I mean, if the wagon only got 30 yards before everyone sort of rushed it, then they'd have to get some distance on them.
It could be dangerous for the guards as well, depending on how angry the mob is. If they try to light the wagon on fire or anything, it could cause chaos in the city if they catch up to it too quick.
I would hope, and this could be misplaced, but they get to the point they just stop the wagon, and if the people saw it was just covered with food. I mean, are your people friendly towards their government? Do they rouse often?
Well, I... They have seemed quite friendly till now. Even through the worst of all of the attack, they still held together.
would you be able to get us 2 wagons? We can send one out first as a decoy, and then take our own wagon out the sewers, again disguised, but maybe they'll be distracted by the first wagon.
I don't know if we could get one out that to be not out the front gate, I don't think. Maybe if we brought one just from the outside anyway and had it decoyed up, maybe they'd think that we, gave them the slip some way. But with the people in front, even the mad people, they're still my people. I wouldn't want to run them over and kill anyone.
No, that's not what I mean at all. Just send a wagon out first, even from elsewhere, as a decoy. Just send it past the mob, see if they follow it, and then have a second wagon come and meet us from elsewhere in the city down at the exit to the sewers, where we and a couple of your trusted men could bring the eggs down and meet the wagon there, and then go out a different route. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
As much as I don't want to go through the sewers, I believe we'll have to.
I don't really want to.
What would you rather do?
Walk right out down like a badass.
Can you show us these sewers?
Sewers also, in foresight, are way easier to trap us also. Remember, tunnels only have multiple entrances, and usually only one or two.
Well, if we go check it out beforehand, then we'll know what we're dealing with.
And then dishonest informants, not loyal to this man, may produce an ambush in the time it takes us to leave and come back. That's Morn's opinion.
What other options do we have?
Really, the only other option is that we wait. From my understanding.
Or you go and leave the eggs here. That's the other option.
Yeah, I'm not willing to do that, though. I'm staying with the eggs either way, so...
Alright. What was our original quest, Rad? I've forgotten.
We're supposed to take the eggs to El Terrell, to Leosin, where they can be protected by the Paladins of Torm. On Tharfrum.
Mm-hmm.
On Tharfrum.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Yep. Although, I don't think it said you had to necessarily take the eggs themselves to there, but you definitely needed to meet Leosin there. It wasn't really clear if you had to bring the eggs with you or if you just had to bring them back here, and then that's not 100% clear.
Oh.
He said come back, and if he was still here, and if he wasn't here, then go on to Elturel. But he didn't say
whether to bring the eggs with us or not.
Yes, correct. So that little bit of specificity was not absolutely clear.
You know what? Hmm. No, that's something wrong with do. I think I'm gonna go down to the front gate. I'm assuming they have it. Is it like a bar? It's closed, or like, can I talk to the people outside?
Could you go talk to the people outside? Yeah, you're welcome
Mm-hmm.
to talk to people outside.
Okay, I'm gonna walk down there.
I follow.
I'm gonna tell the governor if this goes badly, make sure those eggs are safe. And then I'm gonna walk out and see who will talk to me.
Yep. So there's not anybody like all up on the portcullis or anything like that for the main gate. Is that where you're going out? Is trying to go out the main gate?
Yeah, just whatever's easy, whatever's not gonna let anybody in really if they rush us.
Probably the Sally Port would be the better option of the two. I mean, that's essentially
Okay.
it's exactly what a Sally Port is, or is for anyway.
Okay, I'll go out that way then. And I'm gonna find somebody in the group of people and ask them if there's anybody here who's in charge who speaks for them.
So that grizzled old man that was mouthing off when y'all were out being surrounded in the main part of the city is gonna step forward. I reckon I speak for us all.
And what are you planning on doing here? What is your purpose here?
Why, we're here to make sure we protect. We seen what that dragon did to the keep, to all the people guarding it. That governor back there thinks he can keep us all safe. It's all just a lie, smoke and mirrors. He can put people out here that have no training, no equipment, nothing of value. They're just scraping by, pretending to be safe. And we got dragons going to be coming in there. We seen what dragons can do. We could kill them now, and we'd all be safe.
And do you understand what kind of wrath that would bring down upon this town were you to kill these unhatched dragonlings from those creatures who would be their parents?
How they know they're here? You gonna tell them?
How can you be sure they won't know? Dragons are magical creatures.
Magic. Now, I grant you that. But magic still lives by some rules.
Do you not think they would be safer with us than being smashed across the countryside to incur the wrath of an adult dragon, where we can take them away from the city and keep this city safe?
What makes you so sure that you could keep us safe? What happens when them thing comes out of there and it's stronger than you have the power for? What if they hatch tomorrow? Can you keep it at bay? These magical creatures? What if them being alive and them hatchings what draws them mama? Do you know anything about it?
I reckon I'm better equipped to deal with it than you are.
Well, in the state they in, I'd just make a pincushion out of that thing. I reckon any idiot here has equipped to take care of that.
Let us take them away from the city, and nobody has to be made a pincushion of.
Hmm.
We take them and we take the danger with us.
You see him kind of looking his head from one side to the other, looking kind of the people behind him, and they're just kind of they've with the procession of this banter, if you will. You know, the crowd's kind of hushed, listening intently, trying. You see them all looking around, whispers kind of going through the crowd, people shrugging, people unsure. Um,
I'm going to I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I was thinking I'm going to druidcraft and have a vine rise out of the ground and say nature is equipped to deal with any threat that may face this city. Just let us do our jobs. This is why we're here.
You know what? Why don't we just buy a donkey, put a cart on it, and just go?
I use my new light spell to light up her vine with golden light.
you see, a shock definitely move through the crowd. You hear gasps and things. You may have magics and other sorcery.
You're doing a great job intimidating these people. Like pissing them off and making them want to kill us.
But you see him kind of stumble over his words a little as his.
I interrupt him. I say, let us do our jobs. And we are here to remove this threat. Just let us do what we came here to do.
You see him kind of hang his head, shaking back and forth, his eyes closed, trying to build up some nerve or resolve. We can do your job for you. We can take care of this right now. Why should we risk those things being out there?
Earthwing, should have avoided this town completely.
Ooh, okay. Let me grab something for you to put that on.
Oh.
As it turns out, I have a commoner Somewhere.
I'm on the Sword Coast map. I'm not even sure.
Oh no, Sword Coast map's the only map I've got. It's all just kind of theater of the mind stuff. I do have in the combat tracker a commoner.
And I suggest that I'm not sure if there should have been a numeric roll with that. I just did it over the combat tracker.
Yeah, it's fine. It sent one to me.
And I just suggest that those eggs being broken could be one of the worst things he's ever done. And I suggest that everyone would feel so much better if they were gone, and we're the people to do that.
You see him standing there and kind of mouthing to himself. And everyone would be better if they were gone.
Then Warner chime in. What if the cultists found out you destroyed the eggs? What would happen to you?
The worst thing we have ever done. And we'd be better off if they were gone. And we'd be better off if they were gone. You see him start kind of going to the crowd. And we'd be better off if they were gone. The crowd's kind of looking at him. You see several people who've kind of heard the conversation all along. Yeah, get him out of here. Get him gone.
And I got to do this now too, though, and hopefully this doesn't undo everything. That's my wild magic roll.
Oh yeah, because it's suggestions level. Not
Level 2.
It's level 2. Yeah. Oh, it did not undo everything and do crazy nothings.
It'd be safer if you were gone and meteorite hits the earth.
No
See,
good.
guys, I told you.
See what this attitude of negativity brings.
Playing a happy little vine.
I just posted a video of how this guy's talking right now.
Is it a Donald Trump rally? Please
No, it's a Brian Regan video.
Oh, okay. All right. So as the chant kind of begins, and it's starting to pick up some speed throughout the crowd, it seems that they're gonna let you. It seems like they wanted to get it out of here. It seemed like the mood of the crowd at the change of their kind of leader, at the drop of a hat, has now just flipped a switch. Now they just want it gone. They want it out of here.
Let's take them away.
Yeah, we should probably go now.
Yeah.
Go now, camp outside of town
Go
somewhere.
now.
Let's
Yeah.
talk to the governor and see if we can't get one of those wagons.
Yeah,
and,
get the wagon. I say to them, we will remove these for you, and I go back up to the keep and I tell the governor that we need a wagon. We need a wagon right now.
He's just sitting there he's still up on the ramparts up above, just looking down, and you can just see, even at this distance in the low light, that his face, like his mouth is just hanging open. And it's just like, yes, come in, and that'll be, yes, we'll take care of that right away.
And the draft horse.
Yes, horses and wagons. Yes, right away. Yes.
Something covered would be lovely, just in case.
The wagons are covered in this. It's
Okay.
nice. Carts are the form of uncovered wagon in this, I guess.
Yeah, this is like very Oregon Trail wagon.
Yep.
Just don't get dysentery or die fording a river.
But we should be dead already if this is Oregon Trail. Goal is kill people as fast as possible, right?
Seems to be the way that works. Alright, so you guys scurry back inside. Someone let you in from the Sally port. As you come in, you can already see that from the other side of the courtyard, there actually has been, out of a giant warehouse room on one side of the keep, they've pulled a wagon out. They've gone over to the stable and procured a few draft horses. The governor comes down and says, "Do you want? Should we have perhaps a 2-horse team or 4-horse? How do we gotta go? What do we do?
Whatever's fast.
2 horses. 2 horses.
Two horse. I guess these things aren't that heavy. It's not like lead or carrying lots of heavy things. Okay. Yes. What else can we put in the wagon here? Quickly. So that they...
Draw on a blanket.
I asked if we have any, here we have any friends in Burdusk.
We don't want to stop at another town.
I do know, some people in Burdusk off the top of my head. I don't know that I would want to deal with,
It's probably better to keep the dragon eggs away from any
idea.
of the cities.
We can discuss this as we leave, but I just need to know kind of thing.
If you need me to send a letter, I can do that. I can do that, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd trust them near as much. I don't know.
We're saying we're on a wagon and wagon wheels are probably going to need roads. It may do well on the plains, but
yes. Point taken.
These are rolling flat plains. The wagon will have 0 issue, especially with 2 horses.
Do you have an all-terrain wagon?
some with 4-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The wagons are these are 4-wheel wagons. They're not like 2-wheel carts.
Yeah.
So that is a special note there. But
too much detail.
But they are not. There's no mud tires or anything like that that you can get on. You can get a lift kit for your wagon. I don't know that any of that is.
I say we just head out on the road and then hopefully it won't be a lot of rain.
The road.
And then we'll discuss afterwards. Probably squeeze through in the plains and avoid all kinds of people all the way to El Terrell, possibly.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking just pack the eggs in with lots of soft stuff, straw blankets. Maybe if we can get a couple of planks or something to cover them and sort of protect them in case there are any projectiles. And then get gone.
Remember, the cultists are using the roads. So, FYI, it's the whole road I plan.
Also, an important note is those that Leosin are sending are hard riding directly here.
Yeah.
So if we go on the road, we'd be completely avoiding them.
Yeah, we should head directly for El Terrell.
It's a plains. Wagon will be completely fine on flat grass.
Yeah, I think we'll be
Surface.
okay. If not, like, we have 2 draft horses now, and I can shift to whatever we need.
Yep, we didn't pay for the wagon.
I'm not arguing against it.
We didn't pay for the wagon. Fine.
Dead weight. Dead weight. Once it breaks, we're good.
Yeah, you can get some extra straw and bedrolls and things like that. You see that very large woman from the kitchen come up, followed by a couple of her little apprentices who are carrying a couple of wheels of cheese and some bread. This with the wagon and all, we figured we'd put together something a little more appetizing than
Much appreciated.
it'll keep for uh, probably the bread no more than a fortnight, the cheese until hell freezes over. If cared
Do
for.
we have the riding horses handy as well, or are they elsewhere?
The riding horses are here in the stable. Yes.
Okay. Because if we need,
Mhm.
we'll probably want somebody to scout ahead, make sure we don't miss the party coming from El Terrell.
Oh, we'd have Fane. She's prone to scouting.
Is anyone who's driving the wagon?
I'd say Roan because she's not going to be in beast form anyway.
Yeah, I might be able to do that with animal handling.
It's night right now, correct?
Yes. After like it is no longer dusk, we are now falling into actual nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Unless they have an actual wagon driver they want to loan us.
Really? Really?
Well,
I could.
One person we can't trust. Sure.
That sheepish little boy that, by little boy, a young man rather, that you'd sent out on the adventures. Um, if it would help you, I could drive the wagon for you. That way we can get the wagon to return when necessary, right?
yeah. It may be dangerous.
He kind of lowers his head and kind of rustles his foot in the dirt. It'll be okay.
You can handle it, right? You're good. I'll even throw some extra gold in for it if you like.
Oh, well, we don't have to do that.
But we have to go now.
Huh, yeah, okay.
It's an 8-hour concentration, but yeah, now's good.
Oh, your suggestion spell?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but it's just on him if like other people start to doubt it. Now's good. Now's good though.
Yeah.
The governor's not going to do. Is there any last things that we can get you at all? Anything that we have that could be of use to you? I know a burden we've been.
Well, you've been a help as well. Is there anything you suggest for the road? I'm not entirely familiar with this area.
It's different. We send wagons out, for long journeys, fairly regularly, the bazaar and whatnot. But they usually go in a caravan and they look after each other and they have supplies and things. And I, I, I usually don't organize that kind of thing. I just, people are doing it and they take care. They know what to take care of. The caravans. But
Alright, don't worry about it. Nature will provide anything else we need.
Maybe. I'll be right back. Then he runs off into one of the offices nearby. And he comes back with a little box, and he says, "The last group we gave all of these that we had to them, but we bought a few more, as they seemed to do pretty good from the bazaar. We got all the ones that they had, so hopefully these will help you." And he hands you the box.
Potions?
Potions? Yes.
Perhaps?
Yes. Healing potions. There's 6 of
Excellent.
them in this box. There's 6 that you can have.
That is very much appreciated.
I'm afraid we don't even have any money to give you. Everything's all in lines of credit here, and paid these people in this way, and people working for other stuff, and it's just this weird. But I don't have any money to give you.
That's fine.
You've been very generous.
I'm gonna druidcraft my weather thing.
It's
Yes.
clear for the next in this location for the next 24 hours.
Great. Okay, I think we should be off.
I would just follow the road east until we're sort of outside of town. So if anyone sees where we went, they see that we went east, and then we'll head north as soon as we're kind of out of the town site.
That's a good plan.
Yeah, and I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on us just before we leave.
Okay.
Now, okay, if we move within that area, does it not show where we're moving at all?
Oh, well, if they can visibly see you, then they can see you, but it leaves no
Okay.
trace of your passing behind, without
So
not that is not discernible by magical means, at least.
yeah, they can't follow us.
Yeah, so like say we turn off the road, you can sit there and what's the word I'm looking for? Concentrate and make sure they can't follow us off the road then.
I can move with this. It doesn't. I don't think it
Yeah,
has to
you're
be a
riding in the
specific
wagon.
spot. Yeah,
Yes, I'm saying, yeah.
as long as you guys are within 30 feet of me,
You
then it works.
smash cars. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you get what I'm saying? Cover the trail by
Yeah.
meditating or chanting, whatever. Is that
good?
within your rules there, Big DM?
I mean, that's...
All right.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have to chant the whole way or anything. She casts the spell, and then once it casts, then she can just continue to concentrate it mentally thereafter. She doesn't actually have to say or perform rituals or anything like that as along the way as far as maintaining the spell for up to its hour duration. She just has to concentrate on it. So she can't do anything yet. Like, so if she does something strenuous, or someone hits her for damage, or she stops concentrating voluntarily, then the spell effect will end, assuming she doesn't pass some concentration check.
Cool. Yeah, I say we do that and head out a few miles from town and then go straight north.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And maybe a silly question, but he's been quiet. TX is with us, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He's watching us.
Could we take turns sleeping in the wagon if we still wanted to get our rest in?
Yes, I think that's totally fine.
That's going to be a little difficult.
As far as getting one person to sleep per day or two, like 2 people sleep in the wagon at once or something, that's possible. They still have to get their, essentially 8 hours of rest in, with which
our
6
horses
needs to
would need
actually
rest.
be asleep. Yeah, not necessarily asleep, but What's that now? What would you say?
Our horses would need rest, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Although at the moment they're starting off fresh, even though it's night.
That means you'd have to stop in the middle of the next day.
Well, I'm just thinking we travel for like a couple hours and then make camp somewhere and then continue in the morning.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was-
if somebody needed extra rest, i.e. for spells, etc., then they could sleep in the wagon and count as part of their rest.
You only get one rest per day though.
That's correct.
Long rest.
One long rest per day, which is fine. It's still fine. I think she's suggesting essentially that once you got out of the immediate city, that Karth could go sleep in the wagon until the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then could be then rested when y'all wake up.
Mm.
Even if you stop to camp 2 or 3 hours like 2 hours after dark or
Yeah.
whatever, then he will have still got that 2 hours of sleep, and then you set up, then you do whatever you do for camp, and then when you wake up in the morning, not everybody will be fully long rested, but he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that
We actually have 2 people full rested.
could.
Could.
How many people you could fit in the wagon?
Mm-hmm. Tie the horses back of the wagon and go.
Yeah, it'd probably be difficult to fit. It'd be difficult for more than one person to sleep. One, maybe two, depending on that,
TX is
I mean,
small.
Yeah.
The Fane is small.
Yeah, inside the wagon itself. Because it does hold 3 dragon eggs plus padding plus, that kind of stuff, and those are big.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Are we gonna wait to start moving until next session when Fane's gonna be here?
Or we just get out of town anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fine with us making way for
Okay.
the time being. But yeah, we probably don't have too much longer in today's session, so.
Well, let's get the hell out of Dodge.
Alright.
4th.
So, while you guys are making your kind of arrangements and plans, the governor kind of got off to talk to several of the soldiers and getting all the soldiers that are still alive and here to kind of create an escort to try to make sure that even if something does change, to help try to protect the wagon. And he himself is going to ride on the wagon to the edge of town, up there with the wagon driver. He said this way they'd be much less likely to turn on you in the event of, some crazy sweeping change in crowd emotion, especially
Right.
if it was at the same level as what he just saw happen. Although he's not really aware as to why it happened.
Mount up and go.
Okay, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm gonna ride behind the carriage.
So as the portcullis opens, as you start, all, I guess essentially, 5 of you, since Laurel's off and gone, the 5 of you that remain, all on horses, all mounted, surrounding the wagon with the guard. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As the portcullis lifts and you move out, you can still see that the people are chanting, get them gone, get them gone. And as you kind of come out onto the road and start moving around, they start kind of crowding around the wagon, but not like they're trying to,
Just making sure we're getting going.
yeah, I guess that might be the best way to describe it. They're not making an assault or anything of that. Starting to crowd around as they're chanting, "Get them gone." And then the guards, as you start driving right around the edge of the crowd, It is only like 50 or so people, so the 17 soldiers start to slow and start making a little bit of a barrier as you kind of wedge your way through, and they start stepping out away from the wagon a little bit to try to give it a little bit more breadth through the crowd. And just as you make it through to the other side, they kind of wall themselves off in front of the road, stopping people from moving forward. As you can still see people chanting over the top of them. They're kind of acting like riot prevention squad, creating a straight line across as you move on throughout towards the edge of the city, leaving those behind you. You move just towards the outside, and you actually see, that the chanting kind of starts to die down, and people are starting to disperse just as soon as you head to the outside of the city.
Is there a full moon, partial moon, any moon?
I do not remember where we were in the lunar cycle. I'd given you some information, so if it's wrong, we'll retcon anyway. But I'm gonna say just past half, maybe 60%. I think it was just under half when I did it before, so I think that would be about right.
So the horses have some light to see. I don't want to be just running the plane's completed line. I could possibly cast light, like a dim light sort of, off their harnesses. Not so much that would really affect, at least in my mind, that what they, like, not enough to blind them, but enough to shine a little below them so they can kind of see where they're going.
Yeah, because
So,
for a 2-wagon setup, there would be...
Well, didn't Rowan say she had a lantern?
well, I
Fane
didn't.
did.
Okay, well, if that lantern light is enough.
Since it is a two horse wagon setup, there is a yoke between the two, and it is commonplace to have a place where you actually hang a lantern and you underneath that yoke for a similar purpose. And there's some have poles that come off to the side, up and over near the driver's seat, just to shine light in that way. But yeah, this one actually has a place off the yoke that you can hang a lantern, or something that you could very similarly, light it up in that way, without negatively affecting the horses. Yeah, it's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
Does Fane have the lantern?
She said she had a covered one and some lamp oil.
She does have a hooded lantern.
Oh, that's even better. That prevent 15 directional light or something? Is that what that is?
No, the hooded. So it's not the bullhorn lantern or whatever they're called. The hooded lanterns. What they do is they cast bright light in a 30-foot radius, with therefore dim light in the same radius thereafter. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a single flask or pint of oil, and then you can lower the hood, reducing the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius. So it's just essentially like a sleeve that'll come down and only let a little bit of light out around it, so that it's only a tiny bit of dim light instead of bright light 30, like...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's even better.
And she has 2 flasks of oil, rather.
Okay.
So yeah, you could burn... ...6 hours per flask, essentially.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to light it now either, so we can wait till we get away from the town, because we'll be on the road. I can ride to the side of the carriage with a torch in my hand too. So.
Alright, so let's see. We're gonna go how far outside of town before we start doing things? And right now, just to confirm, you cast Pass Without a Trace before walking out of the actual keep itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then how far were y'all going before turning off the road?
How far does an hour get us?
Do one draft horse
Let's see if
at a jog, 4 miles to the hour. 2 of them, I'd say probably in an hour we'd get 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
yeah, it's probably not much better than that, actually. Yeah, probably not much better than 1.5 miles to 2 miles an hour, especially at dark. Probably only 1.5 miles. You can't quite even go the regular speed. You're not like, the horses aren't trotting or anything. You typically walk a wagon pulling horse.
Mm-hmm. I know walking a horse is a 4-step count, and that's 4 miles an hour, roughly.
Okay. So, were you wanting to go essentially till your spell wear off and then turn, or maybe not quite that far before it wore off?
I'd say about a mile out and then turn north.
Just so long as it's before, so that our path is not on the actual road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can recast it
If necessary. Yeah.
if necessary, yeah.
It does not look. Let's go ahead and roll some perceptions here. You saw that the majority of, as you were leaving town, how the wall was kind of holding off the crowd. As you kind of keep an eye around you as you're moving from. And there's those perception rolls now.
Didn't eat him on watch, apparently.
Well, you got lucky on that too, because I rolled like piss poor on trying to roll up a random encounter.
It's like, damn it.
As long as the DM rolls piss poor when we do, it's still okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Depends on how piss poor.
As you keep, you're very alert. The threat of just the crowd, even as strong as you may be individually, or even especially as a group, a crowd, especially of what is seemingly good people, just very fearful, and as the whole actual dark side thing, fear, anger, hate, suffering. So, as far as that goes, you don't really want to do them any harm. So you're kind of been on alert that there's nothing going on as you kind of travel down the road. You notice there was a few people outside of the crowd that were trying to make their way, and they were following for a little while. Maybe just to make sure you were really leaving. But they kind of turned back and gave up after maybe a quarter of a mile, something like that. and you've noticed no other activity until you get to about a mile out when you decide to turn off the path north while the spell is still intact, hiding your trail behind you, hiding your tracks. And with that, I think that will probably be a good stopping point, where we're just outside of town, safe, camped, and we'll probably start up at dawn the day we come back. Next week.
I have to ask though, will the paladins from El Toro be able to find us from the light reflecting off that bling on TX's finger?
Blink, 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 blink. It is a beacon.
Bum, bum.
I'm kind of a big deal.
You got quiet though once you get some bling.
Says the guy that ran out of the last town he was
He's
in.
basically been like on his horse going, my precious.
Well, yeah, I'm just glad he didn't become invisible when he put it on.
What he's done is painted a target on his hand.
Maybe.
That motherfucker's rich. Take it.
Yeah, him and Fane are gonna keep things interesting. Much to Karth's dismay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, there was
Not
so
just
much
Kurt.
nonsense going on too. Even nonsense that nobody even saw as all the other stuff was going on. It's great. It's great.
Oh, really?
They're having a bunch of nonsense between one another, and nobody even knows about it but them. It's good times. So
God's like, keeping track of this shit.
with today was fun. It started off real slow, but we had quite a bit of fun as we move forward. A lot of cool stuff going on, especially for essentially one of those shopping episodes.
Yeah.
Although I think those can be fun too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll pick it up next week. Next Sunday at 2 p.m.
Yeah, that old
Unless
schedule.
someone has any trouble with this coming weekend.
Well, if Josh quits trying to, abduct our people.
Yeah.
He comes back and be one of our people.
If I can't be there, she can't be there. Person.
I still think
of course,
the internet
if
at his
Josh,
house is foobarred.
if Josh showed up at my place and like, hey, food, I understand.
Anyway.
No. Shows up, says, hey, food, I'm buying. Then I understand.
And with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and kill the stream. So, I know that we actually had a few people watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back next Sunday, 2 p.m. Central. That's noon Pacific. So, feel free to drop by. We enjoyed it.